Welcome in, everyone. Quickly reviewing a few things that I didn't realize. So, yeah, we have this upgraded, but apparently that's why we could upgrade it. It's because that's her special. And so I'm realizing that the shallow jump enhancement is from Cassia Heinrichs, which is interesting. So she was there and gave us the vulnerability scan upgrade. She has the augury, but it doesn't tell us what it upgrades to. Interesting. Okay, so cooldown focused efforts is reduced by 1. Double wall. Reinforced shield has 50% to reinforce an additional. Oh wow, that's cool. And then we have all our convictions. Dogmatic and iconoclast. Okay, so he spin around. By the end of Swing and Run, the flagship can choose its position out of 3 directions instead of taking the opposite one. Oh. That's cool. New heading is reduced by a round. Yeah, that's good, because that's a good one to do. Which this is the same thing. Expedition reloads will also reload Prow Lance weapons. Interesting, don't need that. Wait, Prow Lance, does that include torpedo? No, he does torpedo reload. Ooh, but he's not enough into demolitions for that. Bummers. +1 range. Oh, we need that on him. Because I didn't want to get that because it destroys our shields, but if he prevents it from destroying our shields, so that's cool. But I want torpedo reload too. Ah. Yeah, she has that. Okay, then we can use this on others. We plan on using it on ourselves, not others. Cool. She's not in that post though. She's in first slot post. That's cool. That's why that one's good. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. Launch and command. Leaking ether, that's the same one. Augury gains +1 range and lasts for 2 weapon attacks instead of 1. That's actually pretty good. So that'd be 3 range and 2 attacks. That actually makes a good bit of a difference. Increase the damage by warp wave deals by 10%. That's really good. That's actually, we've used that to literally destroy ships before. Okay, so It'd be really good to have him as our cannoneer for the reload, because he's the other one that has torpedo reload. But we need him in Master of Shields because he's the best at shields. And I do like the idea of getting Pulse Shield. She has the swing run upgrade already. She has nothing actually for this post other than reloading the macro guns, which we won't be having that. Yeah, we did new heading on him, which is really good. Warp channel or shallow jump wouldn't be bad, but we don't plan on using it on the enemy as much as ourselves, so not as beneficial. Definitely like that one. And then the augury upgrade would be nice, but so is the vulnerability scan upgrade. That would reduce our abilities quite a bit. So I think we'll leave without that, even though I really would have liked to have been aware of that and focused in on it. Okay. The more you know, right? So what we need to do is get the that one. More torpedoes. Shield pulse. At some point, because that would actually be useful. Cool. And we'll be getting over to Dargonus here in just a little bit. I wanted to give people a chance to join us so they could see it live if they so wished. There we go. I was trying to get it all. Apparently things have been put in the wrong place, probably because I was tired yesterday when I did it. There we go. It's bitter. Too bad we didn't have any place here. We need more extractiums. Last time we tried going to Hulk, it disappeared on us.
The augurs have detected wreckage in the void ship's vicinity, but the exact nature of this wreckage remains unclear.
That's disappointing. Provisions. Maybe we need more extractiums.
The giant rings on this planet's surface can be observed even from orbit. It has emerged that this planet has a native species of giant insect similar to Terran ants. Just like ants, they sometimes form so-called death spirals, in which one creature follows another without realizing they are going in circles. These were the rings discovered by the ship's observers. The strange phenomenon that was originally suspected to be a sign of warp activity or a nefarious xenostructure turned out to be a quirk of nature, and a tragic one at that. Lord Captain, the augurs cannot determine who the ship we approached belongs to, but the telemetry clearly reveals it is an Imperium vessel. The hull is badly damaged, but there is air in some of the chambers, which means they are hermetically sealed. What are your orders concerning the discovery?
Hey lady, welcome in. Sorry to hear you've been having a rough time. I'm glad things are improving. Prepare the troops for boarding. I'll take personal part in the expeditionary force. Oh, I'm gonna click it.
Region, Cinerus Maleficum. Location, Agathos Archives. Material, extract from unofficial news sheet window on the bridge, distributed on the middle decks. Recorded by, unknown. Note, the veracity of the recounted events is questionable.
What?
We who walk down the same passageways in the same bays day after day, we who are born, live, and die to the hum of the ship's machines, we forever hunger for the smallest glimpse of another life, and for a chance to see the heroes who tirelessly fight for us and for the glory of the Imperium. So let's have a tale about the Lord Captain, by the will of the Emperor, the Guardian and Commander of every good and honest soul upon this void ship, and the time he boarded a vessel named the Fireball.
I love how they did this aesthetic, though. Where they have this nice tone. They have the skull there, you know, like you would. It's being held. Like, it's a nice way that they've done that. And of course you can have this way or this way.
So let's have a tale about the Lord. Like a dead whale cast ashore by the inexorable force of the swell, the wrecked vessel was a confronting sight for its unwitting visitors. Some bays still retained an atmosphere, but there was no life anywhere. The ship was dead, its machine spirits dissipated in the darkness of space. It was just the husk left, and the rogue trader's crew were to become scavengers swarming the carcass of a fallen Leviathan. Our Lord Captain oversaw the expedition personally. He decided.
Trained penetration gaze of the augur.
Tech use test succeeded. Tech use test succeeded. The augur's keen eye scanned the eerie vessel, identifying that the void ship was gravely damaged and was in the process of fine erosion. There was very little time to explore it. 3 sectors seemed the least damaged: the bridge, the middle crew deck, and the service bay. After exchanging a series of trills and warbles in their mysterious and ancient language, the tech priests responsible for the augurs reported to the Lord Captain that they had glimpsed signs of valuable components in operation in the service bay.
So service bay would be good. Bridge, service bay, and middle crew decks.
The Lord Captain's next step was with hostile eyes upon her, Idira sank into a trance. When she resurfaced, she reported that the ship had been a victim of the warp. The bridge had suffered worst of all. It was the section that provoked the greatest anxiety and trepidation in the psyche. The service bay was the least damaged section, though Idira spoke of it with no particular interest. The Lord Captain's next step was
Turn to the scouts awaiting instructions.
the Lord Captain had to decide which of the 3 teams he would lead, and which 2 would be entrusted to their officers. Let here be known the names of those honest people who stood before our rogue trader in that moment. The taciturn and grave young Hoson, whose word was as firm as his handshake. Captain Vesti, whose jokes will be remembered by everyone on decks 3 to 5. Captain Matina, the senior officer of the 3rd unit, known to many as Grey Matina. She had been leading units back when the current crop of scouts were snot-nosed kids. No one on deck was in any doubt that navigating inside the wrecked ship would be difficult. The units would be separated by kilometers of twisted metal, dead modules devoid of atmosphere, collapsed passageways, and hull breaches the size of a house. The only thing connecting the brave teams would be the delicate thread of a Vox link. And so, after weighing up the options, the Lord Captain chose to go with
We did save it right before. Service bay.
From here on, we will relate the events based on what we have learned from witnesses, the people who accompanied the Lord Captain on the tour of the dread ship. The shuttle started up one after another and dispersed, each heading for its selected target. An hour spent on cutting through the hull in the freezing vacuum of space, a fussy boarding, and then, finally, the rogue trader stepped onto the cold, dark deck of the dead ship. The light of the torches revealed a sign in the gloom: Fireborn. After a minute-long exchange with the Vox Master, who quickly checked the archives, it was established that the dead vessel was that of Captain Nova Van Dane, registered at Kaiwagama Port. Grey Matna said a prayer appropriate to the situation. Then she looked expectantly at the Lord Captain, waiting for orders.
Jay, inform us where the best components would be.
Lord Imperium, test succeeded. From here on, we will relate the events based on what we have learned from witnesses, the people who accompanied the Lord Captain on the tour of the Dreadship. The Lord Captain's assessment proved to be correct. After a thorough search, as all searches conducted by Grey Machina were, the scouts found undamaged components and marked them for later dismantling. Sound crackled from the Vox speakers and a light on the casing switched on, signaling a message coming in on the first unit's frequency. Commander Young Ho Son calmly reported that his unit was making satisfactory progress toward the ship's bridge. This was followed by a message from the second unit, which was on the crew deck. The Vox speakers crackled, preparing to connect with the unit's commander, Captain Vesti. The words that came through sounded muffled, as though the person on the other end wasn't speaking directly into the Vox, but accidentally pressing the transmit button while occupied with something else. Never seen anything like it. It's beautiful. Hold on. Wait. Is it moving?
Uh-oh, we should have gone to the mid-deck.
The pale-faced Captain Machina barked out a stream of orders, telling the unit to close ranks around the rogue trader and prepare for trouble. But then the yelling from the Vox turned to laughter. "Aha, I got you, old girl," boomed a voice from the speaker. It belonged to Captain Vesti, the commander of the unit exploring the middle deck. "Don't panic, we're all good here, not a thing to report. I hope where you are is just as uneventful." White with anger, Machina turned to the rogue trader. "Captain Vesti has a unique sense of humor. I strongly suggest that your lordship take him in hand."
Let's defuse the situation. Captain Vespi, we need a progress report. This is not the time for such games.
Captain Vesti reported that his unit's foray had so far proceeded without incident, mystical or otherwise. They had found no survivors from the ship's crew, or bodies, for that matter. However, the unit had encountered a problem. The passage leading to the deck section with the arsenal and storage depot was seriously damaged, especially the power cables. Proceeding further could be dangerous.
Logical assessment, commanders. Where should we go? Give Vesti's new commands.
Logic test succeeded. Vesti's unit headed off to carry out their orders, while the rogue trader and his team continued on. Fortune smiled on the unit this time. Grey Machina, having trusted her instinct and experience, chose to return to the shuttle via an alternate route. In one of the dark branching passageways, the team discovered a modest but untouched trove of cargo from Kaiva Gamma.
Nice. Ooh.
The voice of Young Ho Son reached the Lord Captain's ears once again. The first unit's captain soberly reported that his people were proceeding to the bridge. The ensuing deathly silence alerted the Lord Captain that something was wrong. Following the gazes of his team, he saw that the unit's dispatcher, who was carrying the large boxcaster with the antennae and transmitter, was lagging far behind the rest of the group, and the transmission indicator was dark. There were no incoming messages. Even if there had been, Son's voice couldn't have sounded so close, as if the dispatcher, or Son himself, were standing right next to the rogue trader. "Son here, Unit 1 proceeding to the bridge," said the voice again. Now it seemed to be coming from all sides, drawing in from the left and the right, from under the deck and even from somewhere among the mess of cables overhead.
Lord War, Captain tried to build a dam against fear, drawing upon the logic of his knowledge. Willpower. Willpower. You shall not enter my mind.
Willpower test succeeded. The Lord Captain managed not only to maintain his self-control, but also to keep the terrified unit from veering into outright panic. Led by the rogue trader, the scouts hurriedly retreated to the shuttle, pursued by their comrade's disembodied voice, which continued to repeat the same brief message. After returning to the shuttle, Ignatius received reports about Fireborn status. The tech priests who relentlessly pierced the wreckage with the Augur's gaze insisted on curtailing the operation as soon as possible, fearing imminent destruction. There were also reports from the other two units. The second unit had succeeded in moving through the danger zone and had returned to the shuttle with a valuable payload taken from the dead ship stores.
Oh, nice. Okay.
The second unit, Augurs and the Vox system proved equally useless. The first unit, which had been exploring the bridge, had vanished without a trace, almost as if the dead ship had swallowed them whole. The scouts and their commander, Young Ho Son, had simply disappeared, joining the thousands of crew members lost aboard the Fireborn. The units assembled at the shuttles and the Lord Captain gave the final order of this grim expedition.
Recite the prayer to the Omnissiah to honor the fallen ship.
So many had perished, and it was sorrowful indeed, but it was a shallow grief compared to the anguish felt at the demise of a machine as magnificent as the Fireborn. The tech priest said the prayer, lamenting the dead ship and beseeching the Omnissiah not to turn his back on humankind, though they sometimes failed to safeguard his wondrous gifts. Time was up. The scouting party returned to their ship, with one last look at the Fireborn, the rogue trader.
Fire upon the vessel, that which is born in fire should die in fire. I want to see if we go with Crew 1 what happens, because they apparently need help on the bridge.
Lord Captain, the Augurs cannot determine who the ship we approached belonged.
Let's go with heading for the bridge.
From here on, we will the shuttle started up one after another and dispersed, each heading for its selected target. An hour spent on cutting through the hull in the freezing vacuum of space, a fussy boarding, and then, finally, the rogue trader stepped onto the cold, dark deck of the dead ship. The light of the torches revealed a sign in the gloom, Fireborn. After a minute-long exchange with the Voxmaster, who quickly checked the archives, it was established that the dead vessel was that of Captain Nova Van Dane, registered at Kaiva Gamaport. The only thing was that the Lord Captain stood entirely alone.
I shall not become, for fear is my killer, and let the fear pass through me, and then I will remain, right?
Willpower test succeeded. From here on, we will relate the events based on what we have learned. Where simple mortals would already be trembling and weeping, the rogue trader only gritted his teeth. Shrieks and moans could be heard close by, others were gripped by the illusion too. Young Ho Son, the unit captain, barked out orders. His team held back their comrades who had fallen victim to the uncanny terror and who were struggling to break free and run deeper into the cursed ship. A few minutes passed, and the unit, though scared senseless, was ready to continue. Sound suddenly blared from the Vox, which was tuned to the second unit's frequency. The words sounded muffled, as though the person on the other end wasn't speaking directly into the Vox, but desperately pressing the transmitter. The words are cut off by a strangled wheeze, followed by static. Young Ho Son listened to the transmission and the final rasp with a surprisingly calm expression, then pressed the Vox button and in a similarly calm voice let loose a stream of florid swearing, which centered on casting aspersions on his interlocutor's intellectual capabilities. Turning to the rogue trader, he remarked, "Apologies, Lord Captain. Captain Vesti from the second unit is well known for his pranks." "Crap, the Lord Captain's with you?" comes Vesti's voice from the speakers, followed immediately by, "My sincere apologies, your lordship. I just wanted to spook the guys a little."
Given this time, cease this activity forever and give me a report.
Captain Vesti reported that his unit's foray had so far proceeded without incident, mystical or otherwise. They had found no survivors from the ship's crew. All bodies,
follow the new directive.
However, the unit had encountered a problem. The passage leading to the deck section of the arsenal. After spending several hours wandering down the dead passageways, Young Ho Son's unit and the rogue trader reached the bridge of the Fireborn. The oppressive feeling had not dissipated. It was as though the bulkheads of the ship were steeped in the terror and pain of the people who had vanished without a trace from those decks. On their way there, the unit had found no signs of a struggle or bodies of the crew, and that served only to deepen their unease. After examining the bridge, the scout unit discovered that the captain's principal cogitator was still functional. The final log entry was identified, a damaged PIC recording that no one in the unit was eager to view. Proximity to the cogitator alone was unsettling enough, and with each passing second, remaining on the bridge was becoming more and more difficult.
I will watch the recording. The rest of you, stay on guard.
Willpower test succeeded. The recording contained a message from Captain Nova Van Dane. It was almost impossible to make anything out in the picture, only the captain's hand gripping the edge of the table, and flashes of iridescent light. The captain was speaking crisply, almost calmly, but there were also short, almost inaudible, breaths, exactly what the rogue traders team had encountered when they had first boarded the ship. And it even seemed that those sounds were coming not from the recording, but from the gloom-drenched corners of the bridge itself. Kaiva Gamma has fallen. The Fireborn broke orbit under fire from an unknown enemy and left the system, said Captain Van Dane on the recording, with the tone of an officer reporting to her superiors. We encountered pathological warp activity. The crew is reporting failures in the Geller field system. The ship is doomed. Whoever finds this recording, I ask you to hold a prayer service for our souls. I also ask you to take the family relics of the Van Dane line from Kaiva Gamma. The relics are stored. The captain then specified the location of her family vault and the access code. The recording ended. There was nothing left to do on the cursed deck. It was time to return to the shuttle. A message came in from the unit led by the seasoned, unflappable Grey Matter. The captain methodically reported on all the service bay sections her team had already examined. They had found nothing of value. They had found no bodies. There had been no incidents, and the search was proceeding as normal. The unit was waiting for further instructions from the Lord Captain.
Be sure to check the following areas, please.
Awareness test succeeded. After returning to the shuttle, Ignatius received reports about Fireborn status. The tech priests who relentlessly pierced the wreckage with the Augur's gaze insisted on curtailing the operation as soon as possible, fearing imminent destruction. There were also reports from the other two units. The second unit had succeeded in moving through the danger zone and had returned to the shuttle with a valuable payload taken from the dead ship stores.
That was Final Fantasy last night.
Grey Matner's unit had explored the service bay without incident and, not wasting any time, had marked valuable components for later disassembly and transferred to the rogue trader's ship. The units assembled at the shuttles and the Lord Captain gave the final order of this grim expedition.
Honor the memory of Captain Nova Van Dane.
The last request of the fallen captain had been fulfilled. The improvised funeral began with a brief military salute, and the rogue trader himself recited a prayer for the souls of the Fireborn. Just as any honest servant of the Emperor who has dedicated their life to voyaging through the darkness would honor their fellows and mourn their deaths. Time was up. The scouting party returned to their ship, with one last look at the Fireborn, the rogue trader.
Let that which is born in fire be rendered in fire. Praise the Omnissiah. How are you doing, Nem? How are you doing, lady? So we have made this loop. We have that. That one we have. That one we don't. Those we don't. Okay, so it does show if we have the extractium on them. So we have promethium and phlogiston that we can get there. Promethium there. And provisions here. Okay. We just need more of the extractiums. We can't just warp all the way over there. Why?
Ship's enforcers notified officers about a strange insect-like creature appearing on the astropathic chamber deck. The entity was destroyed, but the incident was recalled a few days later when one of the astropaths lost his mind, shrieking about a splitting headache. The psyker perished shortly after, and the autopsy revealed the presence of countless bloated larvae consuming his brain. The corpse and the insects were safely disposed of.
Ay, ay, ay. Did we scan before we left? I don't remember if we scanned before we left. You're doing well, enjoying your day off. Excellent, Nim. And I saw your models you posted. It looks like you got a little squad there. That's cool.
The steady rhythm of life aboard the vessel was disrupted when, on the fourth watch of the voyage, the lower decks had their gravity reversed. The stunned denizens of the afflicted sectors were woken up by being torn from their assigned beds and tossed onto the ceiling. Numerous injuries and fatalities were reported. The difficulties in performing regular duties due to the gravity reversal continued until the end of the journey. After the ship exited the warp, the gravity returned to the accepted norm, an event that once again was accompanied by deaths and injuries among the crew.
Give me routes. Oh, got one up there. I wanted one to here. And here.
There was a commotion on lower decks. The chief mutant hunter, who is responsible for eliminating heresy in the hold of the void ship, went mad due to the perilous influence of the warp. The officer climbed the parapet above the central accelerator complex and threatened to jump unless the entire crew immediately submitted to a rigorous examination to uncover physical deformities and unholy perversions. After calculating the time and financial cost of the inspection of thousands upon thousands of crew members and consulting the tech priests about the danger of foreign materials getting into the intake of the accelerator complex, the deranged mutant hunter was graciously allowed to proceed with ending his life in the desired manner.
Hey, now we got Kieva Gamma.
The vessel's confessors report discontent among their flock. During the traditional sermon before departure, a ritual chandelier's 100 candles were snuffed out at once. The missionaries attribute this incident to an open ventilation shaft, but the voidsmen noticed it and are whispering about an ill omen, fearing the woes that may soon come.
Sanctify all chambers of the void ship one more time.
The holy procession, in full accordance with Ecclesiarch's liturgical canon, rekindled the faith in the voidsmen's hearts and renewed their belief in the God Emperor's benevolent power. The whispers subsided, and the crew is ready to face the potential dangers with courage and fervor.
There we go. Didn't really get us much. We need to go here to probably get that one. I still need to check those. That's why they have check question marks. But I wanted to get here because this is Dargonus. And we're going to spend a whole lot of points. There we go. Why? I need more ship battles. It is time to take my place as the head of Van Valancia's dynasty here on Dargonus. And we will. I need mechanisms! Hey, nice. I don't know why my ear just itched. Felt like someone had put like a feather in there. I don't know if like a hair had gotten in there and was tickling it or what, but that was weird. Maybe it's the warp. Did you do it? Chat's attacking me with warp pranks. Janus, 7 mole promethium, 8 mole chemicals, 1 mole provision, 1 mole manpower. Yeah, the speed of projects, that's part of why we want that. It does boost profit factor, which is nice too. However, efficiency boosts the amount of resources, so we need high efficiency. Security would be nice too, but... Wait, what? What went down? No! Oh well. Time to claim our reclaim our world in the name of the Emperor. Oh, the Emperor!
Greetings, your lordship.
Long live the rogue trader. Glory to the great rogue trader.
Greetings, your lordship. Long live the rogue trader.
Greetings, your lordship.
Greetings, your lordship.
Greetings, your lordship.
That's a problem.
Long live the rogue trader. Glory to the great rogue trader.
We're gonna get
Greetings,
attacked.
your lordship. Greetings, your lordship. Glory to the great rogue trader.
Long live the rogue trader.
Greetings, your lordship.
The Emperor protects. Welcome home, your lordship.
The stately woman in a long full dress uniform makes a
Sarian.
graceful curtsy. Her short, graying hair does not obscure her stern features.
Interesting.
I am Clementia of Assyrian, Court Chancellor of the von Valancius dynasty. On behalf of all of Dargonus, please accept my deepest condolences on the untimely passing of Theodora von Valancius. Her departure is a terrible blow to us all, but as one star expires, another always flares to life. And, although still overcome with bitterness and grief, your subjects hope that you will become the trade dynasty's guiding light in these trying times.
Clementia, Abelard offers a reserved nod. She nods in return, and the lines on his brow soften ever so slightly.
Oh.
The young man quickly brings a respirator to his burnt face and bores his head courteously. His raven black hair veils his burns and skull implants, and his thin metal fingers creak quietly as he offers a welcoming gesture.
Achilles Scalander, Secretary at the Administratum Department. I hope your journey to Dargonus was not darkened by unwanted troubles.
You seem to be darkened by troubles. What happened to you? The Emperor protected us on our journey through the stars.
Achilles makes the sign of the Aquila.
And may he remain merciful to us till the end of time.
Does your lordship wish to survey the grounds? Or perhaps we could sate your curiosity by answering any questions you might have. Governor Urban Drivestem has been notified of your arrival on Dargonus and will visit the palace shortly. The preparations for the official visit are well in hand, but your lordship still has plenty of time before the meeting.
Hold on, Clementia. What did you say your last name was?
Clementia nods politely.
You heard correctly, your lordship. I am of House Viserion, Lord Abelard's granddaughter and direct descendant.
The succession of service is an effective good. It grants new generations understanding of their function within the mechanism. Chancellor Viserion has held her position at the von Valancius court for many years. She earned Lord Captain Theodora's respect through acts of great perseverance. There's no room for doubt. Blood had nothing to do with it.
Emperor blesses those who have strength of humanity's domain. Through their deeds, you have reason to be proud of your progeny.
Abelard looks at you in surprise, but then immediately puts on an air of indifference.
Thank you, Lord Captain.
And why is the governor not here to greet me?
Apologies, your lordship. Governor Driveston's residence is on the other side of the world, by the Administratum Palace of Dargonus. We sent word as soon as you entered the system, but it takes time to travel the great distances of your domain.
Didn't take me that long.
Chancellor Viserion appears unruffled, but you cannot shake the thought that the governor's lateness is a subtle political gesture designed to test the limits of what is acceptable when it comes to interacting with the new rogue trader.
I will rest before this meeting. Where are my chambers?
They are very close, just down the hall. That is also where the study and the audience chamber are.
Achilles' face brightens with a pearly white smile, restoring some of his former good looks.
Lady Theodora's study has remained locked since her last departure, but on account of your arrival, we've arranged for it to be tidied up. It is ready whenever you may need it.
Thank you. You're dismissed.
I apologize for my bluntness, but I have a request to make. Perhaps, before the meeting takes place, the illustrious Lord Captain could spare a few minutes for a conversation with me.
Achilles bores his head.
I'm certain that you will find my report on the state of affairs in the von Valancius Protectorate most useful.
Very well. We do have, a certain individual who wants to speak with you, Scalander. Who will apparently choose to show up whether he's invited or not. Heinrichs. Oh wow, we're by ourselves?
Long live the rogue trader. Glory to the great rogue trader.
Such illustrious society, such well-heeled nobles. Indeed, it would be worth visiting Dargonus even without getting to know you, Shireen. This world offers huge scope for doing business.
Ooh.
Glinting in the light, the coin falls into the clear water and sinks to the bottom.
Your lordship. May the Omnicia bless the von Valancius dynasty.
It's alright, I will cut down anyone who says otherwise.
Unlocked.
Hey, we got it.
An ancient cogitator linked to the palace's system networks.
Your lordship, make your people leave, Dom Ignatius. Their idle questions are getting in the way of my watch.
Interesting. Fight today. Apparently it's a bit of a shrine.
A living, fruit-bearing tree in the heart of a hive world is a fantastical sight. They probably use a lot more water to tend to this tree than the average Dargonus citizen can hope to receive in their daily ration.
The walls of your home suffocate me, Elentach. I long to leave this twisted world at the first opportunity.
Glory to the great rogue trader. His Lordship Ignatius von Valancius, rogue trader by the grace of the God Emperor and the sacred Lords of Terror.
Greetings to you, your lordship. What a blessing to see you in good health, your lordship.
Rogue trader, bearer of the warrant of trade, stellar inheritor, and guardian of humanity comes.
The plaque lists the names of each rogue trader to have led the von Valancius dynasty dating back to the day the capital world was founded.
Thank you, my love.
I've heard of the rich history of the von Valancius, but these stories are beyond my expectations. Tremble, for the sword of the Emperor is coming. Ignatius von Valancius carries his punishment. Turn your gaze to this object, which is invested with special significance. Oh, I've read about this one. Long live rogue trader Ignatius von Valancius, rightful successor to the warrant of trade and the von Valancius protectorate. Glory to the great rogue trader. Loyal servant of the Imperium of Man, unvanquished. Long live rogue trader Ignatius von Valancius. Glory to the great rogue trader. As you approach, the Lex mechanic subtly bows his head while continuing to emit Binaric trills.
I may not pass that, because I don't have good lore Imperium.
Long live the rogue trader.
Standing upon the altar is an ancient image of Saint Macherus. Its regal frame is covered in marks. The relic was claimed in a battle on a remote and forgotten world.
Cool.
Tremble, for the sword of the Emperor is coming. Ignatius von Valancius carries his punishment and strikes his eternal enemies, the eradicator of chaos, the hero of Janus. Loyal servant of the Imperium of Man, unvanquished.
Glory to the great rogue trader.
We are the great rogue trader.
Rogue traders are powerful servants of the God Emperor, vested with a sacred mission to bring the light of humanity beyond the edges of the Imperium and expand its territory in the process.
Welcome, your lordship. Let me inform you of the location of the chambers on your dynastic estate. The main throne room is up the stairs and straight ahead. Your subject Achilles Scalander informed me that he humbly awaits the opportunity to meet with you there. If your lordship wishes to rest after your long journey, then your personal chambers are up the stairs and on the right. If you need anything, whatever your soul desires, I'll be right next to your chambers, eagerly awaiting your orders.
Heinrich said to check with him, so we probably should do that.
What are you doing here? You are supposed to be cleaning up in the blue chambers.
Your lordship. What? Again? The handles and the handrails in the blue chambers are polished 5 times a day. Might as well send a servitor. Long live the rogue trader.
You talk back to me one more time, and I'll grant you your wish. You'll be cleaning up as a brainless, battery-powered tin can. Unlocked.
My compliments to your taste in art. The collection here is extensive and most interesting.
Your lordship.
Your lordship.
Long live the rogue trader.
Your lordship.
Greetings, your lordship. Long live the rogue trader.
You don't say. You mean, one of his servants.
The von Valancius dynasty throne, a visible symbol of the rogue trader's power, which now belongs to you.
What are you doing here? You are supposed to be cleaning up in the blue chambers.
I knew Heinrichs would be here.
Most definitely.
I knew it. I knew it.
A slender figure, clad in robes made from expensive fabric, shudders from violent coughing. Pressing a gilded respirator to his face, the man takes several deep breaths.
Achilles, it's been many moons. I hope your cousin is feeling well.
Achilles covers his burnt lips, trying and failing to suppress a coughing fit.
She is in good health. She sends her regards to you, as well as her wishes for your swift return.
Heinrich frowns.
For as long as the stars shine in the sky, my vigil continues. So it does.
Achilles thumps himself on the chest with his augmented hand. You hear the clanging of metal against metal.
Okay. How about you tell me what this conversations mean? I can tell it's a code.
Your insight deserves credit, rogue trader. Then again, I expected nothing less from Theodora von Valancius's successor.
Heinrich looks at Achilles.
Allow me to introduce Achilles Scalander properly. In addition to his duties as Secretary of the Administratum, he acts as an agent of the Golden Throne under my aegis. Master Scalander was transferred into my remit by a colleague who is engaged in other matters in the Coronus Expanse. I'm sure you will find Achilles' service useful, especially when dealing with the schemes of humanity's foes within the borders of your protectorate. Greetings, Lord Ignatius von Valancius. Allow me once again to express my deepest condolences on the loss of Lady Theodora. I will do everything I can to track down and destroy all of Conrad Voigtwer's accomplices on the capital world.
Do you know anything about what has become of Conrad Voigtwer? The former Masters of Whispers is a heretic and a traitor to the dynasty.
Achilles nods grimly.
Word of his treason reached Dargonus too late. Conrad came to the planet and left it almost immediately, once he had sown discord in the minds of the gullible and naive. The worst of the rumors he started was that you were the one responsible for Lady Theodora's sudden demise. Of course, your loyal subjects did their best to skin alive any who showed signs of doubt, but it seems unlikely that the Wardens got to everyone who has allowed doubt into their heart and now nurtures it in secret.
What are your responsibilities under Dargonus?
Officially, I'm a secretary at this world's administratum department. Less officially, I'm afraid I can't disclose that even to you. In short, I collect and investigate reports of heresy taking root on upstanding planets of humanity. Above all else, I am concerned about the Xenos threat that hangs over the entire Coronus Expanse, including your protectorate. Sadly, my mission was complicated by the recent warp disturbances. I am still trying to re-establish contact with many of my agents.
What do you know about the Cult of the Final Dawn?
My knowledge is deplorably limited, your lordship. All my attention has been focused on tracking Xenos activity. I'm certain that Master Van Kalax can tell you much more about those heretics than I.
And what can you tell us of the Xenos?
The residents of the local systems are no strangers to skirmishes with enemies of humanity, but recently the loathsome beasts seem to have completely flown off the handle. We're receiving reports from ships that made it through the warp to Dargonus. Both they and the colonies that they departed from are being attacked. We have identified the breed of Xenos that pose this threat, the Druckery, humanity's ancient and insidious foes. Be vigilant on your travels. The Xenos will undoubtedly attack a rogue trader's ship should they find the circumstances to be in their favor.
That's better. Just realized that was there.
Unfortunately, in the host of humanity there are those who are willing to grovel before our enemies in the hopes of a valuable reward. You may be interested to know that we are on the trail of such heretics.
Achilles glances at a data slate.
Overwhelming evidence indicates that a plundered void station in Langren's belt is being used as a base by a band of pirates who are not above dealing with Xenos. I was unable to persuade the Chancellor of the need to dispatch a ship there, but perhaps you would like to pay a courtesy call to these scoundrels yourself?
So what can you tell us about your unofficial work?
Achilles' amber eyes flash with interest.
Yes?
I would like a list of your agents and a means to contact them.
I can understand your desire as a rogue trader to have everything under your control, and yet I am not at liberty to make use of classified information related to the interrogator's agents in whatever way I see fit.
Achilles lowers his gaze and nods politely. Heinrichs lets out a sigh of disappointment.
There's no point in pressing my agents. None of them would ever reveal such vital information, especially not in my presence.
So who are you truly serving? The rogue trader or the interrogator of the Inquisition?
Achilles quickly glances at Heinrichs.
And whom does the rogue trader serve? The Golden Throne? The Protectorate? Could it be that one stems from the other? And if so, is there any sense in discussing it?
That's what I thought. We need to get rid of Heinrichs. That is all for now.
Achilles bows and brings the respirator to his burnt lips.
I sincerely hope that I can answer every one of them.
What happened to your scars? Why have they not been seen to and treated?
He coughs.
5 years ago, there was an accident. Several tanks of promethium exploded in the storehouse at my estate, and I was buried alive under the rubble. The Emperor preserved my soul, and the skilled physicians of Dargonus saved my body, except for my lungs, with which I had to part. I presume the incident was an attempt on my life, but the identity of whoever was behind it remains a mystery.
Fun! You promised a report on the state of affairs of the Protectorate.
I have already forwarded all official reports to your Seneschal. As for the conversation we're having right now, I wouldn't trust any paper or data slate with its contents. You see, Lady Theodora, may the Emperor have mercy on her soul, was perfectly aware of Dargonus's political environment. You, however, have only just arrived on the capital world, and I thought it would be best to bring you up to speed. Frankly, the nobles of Dargonus, much like nobles on most worlds, are akin to spiders in a jar, ready to pounce on whoever is the weakest, or whomever they deem to be the weakest. The nobles of Dargonus are well-respected, rich, and powerful individuals who held Lady Theodora's favor for many years and found ways to rise above the rest by diligently serving the rogue trader. Every family pursues its own selfish interests, and each one expects that with the transition of power, they will retain and even add to their lands and wealth. The families I would recommend giving particular attention to are the Drive Stems, the Gapraks, and the Sauerbachs. I should also mention the Wersians, not a noble house per se, but a family that was part of Lady Theodora's inner circle, to the Blue Blood's great displeasure.
Of course. Tell me about the Wessarians.
The Wersians are a line founded by Lady Theodora's seneschal and as such are nominally considered nobility, at least from the standpoint of the Imperial Navy, from which Lord Abelard hails. On Dargonus, however, their position is precarious. Firstly, they never were granted an official title, a process which has been impeded for decades by the old houses of Dargonus. And secondly, the other families do not see them as equals, but more as upstarts clinging to the rogue trader's favor. The Wersians are responsible for the capital world's fleet and the majority of the cargo shipments on domestic routes.
Sauerbach?
Religious and hardworking, the Sauerbachs own many enterprises, including distillation manufactorums that produce promethium. I must note that lately members of the Sauerbach family have been prone to overly liberal statements about the von Valancius dynasty. They believe that Lady Theodora is a bit too keen to leave her worlds without proper oversight.
We can always remove them if having them see to Dargonus is a problem. I'm sure we could find a replacement for them. Gapraks?
The Gapraks hail from a remote forge world, and among their distant relatives, there are many servants of the Omnisar, and the house itself is close to the cult of the Adeptus Mechanicus, both in spirit and in their business connections. The Gapraks oversaw the industrial shipments within your protectorate, until recently. Ever since the astropathic communication with Kaiva Gamma was severed, they've been quite concerned about the security of the planet placed in their care.
Indeed, we'll be seeing to that shortly.
The Drive Stems are the ancient governor house of Dargonus. Predictably, the greater the wealth of the von Valancius protectorate, the fuller their coffers grow. Their reputation is flawless except for one detail. We have evidence that urban Drivestem's rivals seem to have the misfortune of regularly falling victim to Xenos raids. I find that these attacks are always a little too advantageous for the Drive Stems, but we lack solid proof, and it might never surface. The closer an official is to a rogue trader, the braver and safer they feel. I would just like to remind everyone that rubbing shoulders with Xenos is a heresy that can be overlooked only in the case of the von Valancius heir, not his servant.
After hearing all this, I now feel the urge to have every one of those psychopaths executed at once.
Achilles shrugs.
You are, naturally, well within your right, rogue trader, but remember that this will cause the multi-layered bureaucratic system of Dargonus, of your entire protectorate, in fact, to come apart at the seams, and that's not even considering the likelihood of attempted reprisals from their families and allies. I would hold off on the death sentences, act with restraint and wisdom, present for all to see sufficient proof of the unwanted house's guilt. Do not mistake me, mass executions are one way to solve your problems, but in that case, you should weigh up every possible scenario before you act.
Very well. Something else to report, or not?
There was, your lordship, and this time, it concerns the main reason for my presence on this planet, Xenos, and the threat they pose both to you and to humanity as a whole. The last few months have been difficult for the people who report to me, my eyes and ears scattered throughout the Coronus expanse. Warp disturbances, astropaths overcome with madness, ships disappearing in the Immatrium. Many of my observers and contacts have gone dark or have been killed by some calamity or other. Still, I managed to establish communication with some key individuals who were able to warn me about incoming threats, including Xenos raids.
Achilles looks you in the eye without blinking.
It is within my power to supply you with intelligence on where and when the Xenos will strike next. I do not doubt that Governor Drivestem will beg you for protection against the Xenos, and in this fight, the information from my contacts will serve you well. I beseech you, Ignatius, if I ever report a threat looming over a ship or a planet, do not dismiss it. Sometimes it takes an intervention from the rogue trader and his mighty void ship to avert a disaster.
Very well. And what are the noble houses on Dargonus?
I will gladly refresh your
Oh, we
memory.
already did that.
Achilles looks you in the eye without blinking.
It is within my power to supply you with intelligence on where and when the Xenos will strike next.
Very well, thank
I do
you.
not doubt
I'll
that
take my
Governor
leave.
Drivestem.
Achilles bores.
According to the message I received a few minutes ago, Governor Drivestem has arrived at court. I imagine that the Chancellor is already prepared to arrange the meeting. All that's left is to notify her that you are ready to see Urband. Long live the rogue trader.
Should make him wait. No, I want the door open.
Greetings, your lordship.
Oh. So we have a
What are you
shortcut
doing here?
right back
You
to
are
our
supposed
ship.
to be cleaning up in the blue chambers. Your lordship.
We need to make the governor wait. Make him sweat
Greetings,
it.
your lordship. What? Again, the handles and the handrails in the
We
blue
need to
chambers are
investigate.
polished 5 times a day. Might as well send a servitor.
We got boots! Reachcatcher's boots. Whenever wearer moves through a cell occupied by an enemy, the wearer gains 15 dodge against enemies' attacks. I think we know someone who could
The
put those
leather
on.
covers bear the names of the authors, mostly philosophers and theologians from Dargonus. The spines of the books are trimmed with gold. There is a faint mark on the polished mantelpiece, which was likely left by a glass.
And why is that? That means someone's more recently been here than they should
The
have.
cogitator is producing rhythmic sounds, among which a faint ringing stands out. The remains of a plaque can be seen on the frame. Alas, the inscription is completely indistinguishable due to the patina. This antique piece of furniture is obviously well cared for, but its surface is still covered with a lot of scuffs, scratches, and stains, traces of the previous rogue traders who sat at this table. Unlocked.
No. We might need to give that to our tech priest. Look at that. All that you see belongs to me. All your base belong to me.
What are you doing here? You are supposed to be cleaning up in the blue chambers.
By bringing your hand to the scan panel behind the books, you open a hidden door. The bed for the head of a rogue trader dynasty is befitting the status of its owner.
Ooh, Lady Theodora, you sneaky gal.
The shelves of the library are laden with dusty tomes. Your eyes linger on the works of several administratum adepts and the memoirs of some unfamiliar explorer of distant death worlds. A mysterious item undoubtedly created by inhuman hands. The mysterious Ano artifact rests in a stasis field. A mysterious item undoubtedly created by inhuman hands.
A whole lot of Xenos artifacts.
An empty glass and 3 unopened bottles of wine sit on a finely crafted table made from dark marble wood. A mysterious item undoubtedly created by inhuman hands. Dust has accumulated on the raised oil smears. If servants ever access this room, they do so very rarely. Strange objects lie behind the glass of the display case. The complete absence of explanatory labels makes it impossible to learn what they are. The rare books arrayed on these shelves, with their lavish, almost pretentious bindings, seem to be identical. This secret room is remarkably quiet and almost homely. Perhaps your predecessor used it when she sought complete solitude. Listening to the muted melody coming from the Vox speaker, you can easily imagine Theodora reading a book with a glass of expensive wine in hand. Several books are stacked next to the sofa. Some appear ancient, while others look like they have never been opened. Among Theodora's data that has been restored using your cogitator is the phrase Litanies of the Motive Force. It is the title of one of the books here.
Wow. Let's Litanies of the Motive Force.
As you pick up the book, a hidden button in its spine clicks under your finger.
Nothing changed?
The room is still with silent expectation.
Change the
The
music.
vid screen of the data slate before you. You recognize the melody that is playing right now. It is the first of 36 parts of the Symphony of Honor and Duty.
Let's go with this Guittari choir.
You hear a loud click inside the Vox speakers, and the piece that was playing earlier starts anew. A siren shatters the tranquil atmosphere in the room. Alarms have been sounded.
In the name of the rogue trader House of von Valancius, whoever has entered his lordship's chambers will be eliminated. Why, your lordship? Deepest apologies for the intrusion. Do you require any assistance? But on second thought, we had better just leave you in peace.
What happened?
What? Again, the handles and the handrails in the blue chambers are polished 5 times a day.
After the alarm and the palace guard's intrusion, the calm and comfortable atmosphere of this room has faded somewhat. Not even here can a rogue trader find a moment of privacy. 3 sealed bottles sit on the sturdy-looking low table. They are labeled Grand Master's Blood, Boon of Terror, and Flame of Purity.
Flame of Purity.
The wine fills the glass, glittering in the dim light of the room like liquid gold. The vid screen of the data slate before you displays the names of several Vox symphonies. The music in the speakers momentarily grows louder, filling the entire room. The room responds to your actions with a quiet grinding sound, and a small nook reveals itself in the nearby wall. Inside, you find a databank bearing the von Valancius coat of arms. An engraved data drive found in a cache on Dargonus. The information it contains has been carefully encrypted.
So was that whole thing just a puzzle that I didn't realize?
The room is still with silent expectation.
Okay, I mean, I knew there's a data cache here somewhere, but they didn't make it clear that that was it.
What are you doing here? You are supposed to be cleaning up in the blue chambers. Glory to the great rogue trader.
Greetings, your lordship. Long live the rogue trader. Your lordship.
Clementia bows her head politely. For a chancellor to a rogue trader, she is dressed rather simply. A parade doublet, polished boots, and a comfortable cloak. She bears a saber in a gilded scabbard. Whether for show or protection, one could not say. Only her ring with the Viserion coat of arms indicates that she is of the highest social stratum.
The governor is waiting on the periphery of the palace. Please let me know when you would like to see him.
The sharp gaze, the impeccable straight back, the composure. For a moment, you feel like you're looking at a younger version of Abelard himself, not his heir. Judging by the scars on the exposed parts of her body, Clementia saw her fair share of combat prior to assuming the position of chancellor.
Does Scalander cause any problems for you?
Why, none at all, your lordship. Secretary Scalander is an outstanding individual and a loyal servant of the von Valancius dynasty. In Lady Theodora's absence, we collaborated on a number of issues related to the well-being of your domain, and he has proven himself quite capable. And, I don't know why, but even the governor trembles before Achilles, which is unusual for a man of his, shall we say, standing.
The last word brings a slight smile to her lips.
What can you tell me about Dargonus?
All deals and important decisions are made here in the capital. Many years ago, an ancestor of Lady Theodora signed an agreement with the Adeptus Administratum which allowed for efficient management of the world and the neighboring systems. In accordance with the decree, a share of the planet's population was assigned to the Administratum and converted into serviture scribes. They now toil across the entire world. Dargonus is also the seat of several noble families who run all the major planets in the Protectorate. If I may express my not-so-humble opinion, they care very little about who exactly stands at the helm. Those piranhas think about their own profits just as much as they do about the prosperity of the Protectorate itself, if not more.
Yep, kinda got that.
And lastly, Dargonus has its own fleet, a luxury unavailable to the vast majority of other worlds in your realm. In addition to warships, the Protectorate also employs privateer ships which are used to transport cargo between worlds.
And does the capital stay in contact with the other planets?
Unfortunately, not at this time, your lordship. After the few representatives of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica on Dargonus went into a frenzy, some of the psychers were tragically pacified by the respective authorities. Since then, communication with the neighboring systems has been unreliable at best. Thanks be to the Master of Mankind that you managed to find your way to the capital.
The noble houses are so volatile. Is there a reason to keep them at all?
Over the many centuries, an intricate hierarchy has formed within the ruling elite of Dargonus. The great houses do more than plunder your treasury. It is replenished, to a large degree, thanks to their administrative work and their lands. Naturally, you can get rid of anyone whom you consider surplus to requirements, but right now, it could threaten the fragile stability that is currently holding the Protectorate together.
Is there any issues that I should be aware of?
Apart from the disrupted communications, Dargonus was recently raided by enemies of humanity. However, the fleet, under the command of Captain Marthius Viserion, triumphed over the accursed Xenos. If you ask for my opinion on this matter, we have the situation completely under control.
Viserion, again.
You catch her avoiding your gaze for just a moment. For the first time, it's obvious that Clementia is looking out for her house's good name, but despite the confidence in her tone, you can tell that she does not entirely believe her own words.
Tell me of Governor Drivestem.
Urban Drivestem is a well-respected man, and not just on Dargonus but throughout the Protectorate. For many centuries, his house has supported the capital's administration and the logistics between the von Valancius systems. The Drivestem's efforts secured years of order and prosperity for Dargonus. What's more, Lady Theodora personally insisted that Lord Urban specifically be made the next governor.
The way you speak of Drivestem, I hear a hint of either contempt or resentment.
No, I don't believe I feel either, your lordship.
Clementia's steely eyes stare into the distance, her jaw clenching visibly. She speaks in a polite but clipped manner, clearly flustered by your insight.
We have different views on how to run a world. We sometimes have discussions over the laws that are enacted, but we both work for the good of the Von Valancius Protectorate. That much can be said without a doubt.
Thank you for your report, Chancellor.
I serve the Von Valancius Protectorate, your lordship.
What responsibilities do you maintain here as Chancellor?
To put it simply, I am your trade representative. Any and all decrees, deals, official communication, and meetings are first reviewed by me and then forwarded to you and from me down the hierarchy. My purview also includes overseeing your lordship's property, the palace, the estates, the many gardens, and other domains on Dargonus that you have inherited from Lady Theodora. And whenever you are present on Dargonus, consider me your personal secretary.
Very well. We may see the governor.
Clementia bows before leaving.
I shall arrange for him to be escorted to your study.
Ignatius von Valancius, 20th in his line, rogue trader, keeper of the sacred warrant, and ruler of the Coronus expands from the Krenak system to the 100 Dreams crossroads. I bid you welcome. Urban Drive Stem, governor of this great world. First and foremost, please accept my deepest condolences. It will be difficult to recover from the loss of a woman as great as Theodora von Valancius. It pains me to think that she is no longer with us. The citizens of Dargonus and of the entire Protectorate grieve alongside you. Please allow us to declare half a year of mourning so that we can honor the memory of our beloved lady.
The governor glances at Kibella anxiously, then immediately averts his gaze. Then he looks at her again, but when Kibella lets out a grim chuckle and stretches her lips daubed in fresh blood into a petrifying grin, the governor turns away from her sharply, all but squealing in fear.
Yep. I'm glad she's here. What do you think, chat? What should we do? Did I spell that right? Dargonus. Yeah. No, I didn't. I put Darg, not drag. Dargonus. Dragon us. Whoops. Make sure I update that. Wait, is it Dargonus or Dragonus? Now I'm not sure. The auto changed it. It is R. Okay. So I did have it the right way. For some reason it switched the name when I went to do a search for it. Someone had it spelt wrong. Okay. I'm trying to decide. I could see saying do a whole year or not. Sure, we'll show her respect. We'll give her a full year of mourning. She was a wonderful woman.
I will immediately give all necessary instructions, your lordship.
He casually presses a few buttons on the cogitator built into his gold bracer.
Esteemed Ignatius, Lady Theodora was a strong leader, and we ought to follow her example. Let us lean on our wisdom and persevere in spite of this tragedy, together, and let us carry on where she no longer can by leading the von Valancius Protectorate to even greater prosperity.
Drivestem gives you a look of admiration. It seems that he is quite aware of your fame, and this opportunity to curry favor with such an eminent figure is one he does not wish to miss.
Alas, it won't be an easy task to accomplish. Some time ago, the astropaths of Dargonus flew into a rage, and they had to be subdued. We are gradually restoring our ability to speak with neighboring worlds, but the contacts are still weak, and the routes are tangled and no longer lead to the systems that the captains expect them to. Given that the vast majority of ships in the Dargonus Navy travel without relying on the services of navigators, without your engagement, the well-being of the von Valancius dynasty and billions of its subjects is presently at risk.
Let's see. Yeah. That can be a problem. Konrad Voitker is a heretic and a traitor. Has he shown his face in Dargonus?
The governor pensively strokes the rings glittering on his fingers.
Lord Voitker visited the capital some time ago, but he did not request a personal meeting. A heretic, you say? Now I see where all the whispering in the corridors has come from. I shall be frank with you, your lordship. Lady Theodora's sudden death was a blow to every one of us, and the absence of any sort of verifiable and complete information about her successor gives grounds for all manner of rumors and misinterpretations, especially if someone is deliberately inciting unrest and discontent. Naturally, none would dare challenge you by accusing you of something as sacrilegious as murdering a road trader. However, Konrad Voitker was once a true boon to the Protectorate back in the day, and as such, some might heed his words.
We'll do Iconoclast. My subjects' doubts are understandable. Too many things have changed in a short time. We will prove that I am worthy of my position.
Why, Ignatius, your desire is most commendable, but please do not forget, a ruler should never bow to their attendants, or some might see it as a show of weakness.
I'm not going to bow to you. All right. And what exactly is the Dargonus nobility expecting in light of the loss of routes and communications?
We are all troubled by the fate of the agri-world Janus that supplied Dargonus and other planets with foodstuffs. Empty stomachs can drive even the mildest rebel to revolt. Furthermore, House Kaprak is perturbed by the loss of communication with the industrial world Kayavagama, which is in their charge. But if you wish to know my opinion, the world that deserves your attention the most is the penal world Viabos 6, one of the key mining suppliers in your protectorate.
Such a concern for Viabos 6. Outpost. Does your house happen to own an extraction station there?
Drivestem's beady eyes widen in fear.
Your lordship, I beg of you, do not interpret my words as an attempt to influence your decisions in any way. You see, without Viabos 6, the manufactorums on your worlds will need to make haste to find new suppliers elsewhere and arrange for new shipments, and in these troubling times, they run the risk of delays and other most tragic mishaps. My only concern is for the prosperity of the von Valancius dynasty.
Bogus. I've already visited Janice, and Viet found herself facing a number of problems in my absence.
Truly, the Viet line is one of the oldest in the von Valancius Protectorate. If the inheritor of such well-respected blood could not handle whatever had befallen her, then the situation must have been extraordinary indeed.
Viet is no longer in charge of the world. She has died, and so I must deliver Janice into more capable hands. You never mind that, Governor.
The governor stares at you with a mixture of worry and incredulity. Nevertheless, after hearing your words, he bows his head in obedience.
Good dog. Obey your master. That does it for the planet and route. What else?
Xenos, your lordship, I don't rightly know where to begin.
He rubs the bridge of his nose wearily.
Otherworldly beasts are not an uncommon sight in the Coronus Expanse. They have been a menace to the worlds this side of the Moor for decades. But now those abominations are on the rampage. They show no signs of fear as they attack ships, either damaging them to the point where they become unfit for transport duty or outright gutting them. Only you have the power to stop this madness. We are in the process of restoring the astropathic choir of Dargonus. Luckily, we were forced to slay only some of the deranged psychers, although those that remain are as yet unable to transmit messages. I hope Master Scalander will keep his word and offer you his support in the war against the Xenos. According to his reports, the region of Virbos 6 has been a particular concern in the last few cycles, which is all the more reason to discover the colony's fate as soon as possible. Now, to issues on a smaller scale. There is a certain degree of tension in the capital due to the unorthodox succession to the Sacred Warrant. Chances of uprisings are minimal, of course, and the spreading of rumors is nothing but a sign of weakness of mind and spirit. Nonetheless, I have prepared a list of minor houses that have demonstrated unseemly discomposure at your succession. What is to be done about them?
Command the spinners of the blood-spun web, and they will set a fine snare of retribution. Domin Ignatius, we will whisper names, and that whisper will drown out insolent voices.
Oh, man. Cabela, you and the Bloodspun Web wish to undertake this? I grant you leave to do so. You may foil their plots.
It will be done, Domin Ignatius. Let the sacrament of the hunt commence.
A cold sweat breaks out on Driveston's face. He forces a subservient smile on his face.
This will bring the noble houses into line for years to come, your lordship. It will make them fear not only blasphemous words, but also their own shadows.
As you should, Drivestem.
And one last thing, your lordship. Your inauguration as bearer of the Sacred Warrant is but a matter of time, and I would like to inquire about one crucial detail. I imagine you are intending to uphold the centuries-old tradition, bolstered by an equally long-lasting friendship, of being represented on Dargonus by one of the noble houses. I presume that, as before, this duty will be accorded to House Drivestem.
Wow, I don't care. Just don't fight too hard over the bone. Literally calling them dogs fighting over bones at their master's table. Wow. Alright, so let's see. Mechanicus Creations, people and holy gifts. People a uniform kit, provisions, and fuel. don't know. It says that you get mechanical creations from one of them, and I'm like, what is mechanical creations? Very well, we will not alter that tradition and allow you... one moment, which houses can represent me in the ceremony?
Any of the noble houses located on Dargonus, the Drivestem family, which I lead, the Gaprak family, with long ties to the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Sauerbachs, known for their piety and diligence in service. Perhaps I should also mention the Wesseans, who have some influence, but who are not actually of noble origin. Any one of these houses would be honored to represent you at the ceremony. I never doubted your lordship's decision. I can tell that the future holds a fruitful partnership for us, and prosperity for all Dargonus. I shall immediately relay all your orders, most gracious rogue trader. May the gold of the throne illuminate your path. It would be my pleasure to enlighten you. My house is the oldest and most respected on Dargonus. My ancestors walked side by side with yours for many generations as they cared for this world's welfare. Our duty is to supervise the governing bodies within the systems subservient to you, and we are responsible for the Protectorate's logistics and economic stability. As for me personally, I am a humble servant of the Emperor and a loyal subject of the rogue trader, and, to my great pleasure, I had the honor of calling myself Lady Theodora's close friend.
At Urban's last words, Abelard lets out a sound that could be interpreted as either a snort or a cough. Urban gives him a look, which Abelard meets with an expression of utter nonchalance.
I'm afraid that, until you deal with pressing issues, the ceremony will have to be postponed. Many trade routes are still unavailable. The central worlds of the von Valancius Protectorate are going through a crisis, and the walk disturbances, if void observers are to be believed, will prevent important guests from reaching the capital. Thank you for your time, your lordship. Since duty calls, I shall take my leave. May the Emperor's grace be with you.
Greetings, your lordship.
Long live the rogue trader.
Your lordship.
Clementia looks away.
I am at your service at any time, day or night, your lordship.
Long live the rogue trader.
What? Again, the handles and the handrails in the blue chambers are polished 5 times a day. Might as well send a servitor.
Terrible news from Dargonus, Lord Captain. The subsidiary Hive City, Scipion 84 to 249, has been destroyed in a series of cascading failures. Production has halted, and millions of people have broken their vows of obedience and are fleeing. Many of them are perishing in the wastelands and overloading the transport lines leading to neighboring hives. The surrounding residential sectors are becoming increasingly agitated by the influx of refugees. What is your directive regarding the distribution of these refugees? A very fair decision, Lord Captain. Large labor settlements were set up around the ruins of Scipion 84 to 249, to where the refugees from the wastelands and neighboring hives have been rounded up. In the harsh wasteland scorched with industrial poison, with only a bare modicum of food and clean water, the settlement residents began the arduous and dangerous task of rebuilding their fallen home. Lord Captain, we have cross-referenced the key characteristics of the system with our astronautical chart data. The planet Virbos 6 is located here. The problem is, the augurs detect an unusual change in the atmosphere not unlike a massive release of toxins. It appears that something unfortunate has happened to the planet's underground storage facilities. It is impossible to land safely on the planet just now. Unknown ships are cruising in the system. No need for any cog to analyze it. I can decipher this telemetry easily. Xenos, the armory and artillery crews are standing by.
Finally, some real action!
Make use of cover to minimize damage to your characters. If a projectile hits cover, the target behind this cover won't suffer any damage. Attacks with overpenetration may still hit through cover.
I nick to serve, your lordship. The servitor looks past you, not noticing your presence.
We are ready for any orders, Lord Captain.
Today, the first link will pull the others along with it, and soon the chain will tighten around the neck.
The man's body is frozen in an
I can't
unnatural
see.
pose. The corpse's fingers are crooked and its teeth are bared in a ghastly grimace.
Your predictions are the chain that chokes the will of a free being. Be silent, monk.
The sign of Hicoteria, a WICH cult from the depths of Comorra. Tread carefully, Ignatius, their footsteps make no sound and their blades strike faster than lightning.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
You can clearly see several thin cuts left by blade weapons on the body.
The symbol of torment, this is how the Dark Ones mark the arenas that serve to nourish their withered souls.
The tall, lithe Xenos moves with the grace of an otherworldly predator. The creature gives you a dispassionate glance and casually speaks a few words that are immediately picked up by your elucidator.
Mecandis, Eileaf, what is this? Has one of the sisters found an amusing trinket in the ruins and saved it as a special treat for the Archon?
The Xenos takes a quick look over her shoulder toward the platform where a few more silhouettes in tar black armor can be seen. Heinrichs narrows his eyes and gives the Xenos an appraising look.
The Druckery of this breed are known as witches, Ignatius. They are experts at bloodletting in the arenas and on the battlefield. However, I am more interested in the ones skulking in shadows. Judging by their armor, they are high-ranking representatives of a cabal, a military clique from the Druckery domain. It seems we have disrupted a vile performance for their distinguished guests.
The Xenos' eyes light up with interest.
The monkey understands my speech. Where did you come by a device that can translate our language? Are you trying to impress me by appearing useful? Such words will earn you a bout in the ring at most. Without weapons, and, soon, without your skin.
Idira spits on the ground.
If I'd been the one holding the device, she and I would have had words. I'd make sure the stuck-up bitch knew exactly what I think of her.
Alright, just a potential job stuff, so talking with a guy trying to figure out if it'll be a fit or not, and so he was asking questions because he's just a recruiter. But gotta play the game and talk to the recruiter before you can talk to the people in charge, right? So sorry about that, chat. Thank you for your patience. I'm trying to think of how we want to handle her with her statements.
The humans scattered around you on the platform stare as if they've seen a ghost. The eyes of some betray their fear, others glare with bestial hatred, and yet more look upon you with hope.
Who are you?
My name is known to everyone on this planet, Monkey. I am Tazara the Deliverer, Tazara the Benevolent, the one who grants respite from the choking grasp of this world. I decide who lives, who dies, and who finds new purpose for their existence in Comorara's many arenas. Surely this is why you have come here, to fight for my ever-changing favor and for the privilege of being the first to be chained.
Juliet chuckles haughtily.
Such grandiose names for a soulless wretch who tortures the breathless and torments the powerless. Your words hint at an ability you have never possessed. Cousin, what are you doing among this rabble? What an unexpected and tantalizing surprise.
Tazara licks her lips hungrily.
I cannot wait to take you in my arms and clasp you tightly to me.
Wow.
Do not waste breath on your lies. Only the faint vestiges of blood connect the Asuriani and dark ones such as yourself.
How could you stoop to this, killing one another for the amusement of an enemy of humanity?
A hulking brute who can barely stand coughs up blood and wipes his lips.
What? Was I supposed to lie down and die? The ones who survive the arena, the Xenos take them away. I saw humans boarding shuttles with my own eyes. They're going to take us away from here. You hear? This statement is false. You were supposed to furnish yourself with a means of respiratory protection and inflict maximum damage on the perpetrators before ceasing your vital functions.
Stupid Ashmegs, do you really think the druggery will whisk you away to a far-off wonderland? At best they'll put you in chains. At worst.
Yeah, who gives a shit about us convicts? The lanky buggers may keep me on a leash, but at least I'll be alive, not coughing up my lungs.
Jay opens her mouth and then freezes, clenching the aquila on her chest until her knuckles turn white.
If I were faced with such a choice, the Exalted One would guide me on the right path. How cruel you are to your unfortunate kin. These Monkey have worked hard to entertain their elite audience. Each of them fights with a strength born of desperation, seeking to earn their place in my box of toys. There is always room for more. My toys do break so very easily.
See, look how just nasty and horrid she is.
To be reduced to a Xenos' plaything. A shameful fate for the scions of humankind.
A Ballard falls silent, shaking his head in dismay.
I'm a rogue trader, the Emperor's anointed guardian of humanity, and you're doomed, Xenos scum.
Oh, what passion, what naive arrogance, when all this turns into boundless despair and clinging terror. My guests and I will savor such exquisite pleasure. I would play with you myself, Monkey, but then the performance would be brief, and we don't want to upset my guests, now do we?
From the dusk behind Tazara comes a cry. The distance between you and the Xenos is too great for the elucidator to interpret the words, but the tone alone speaks of irritation and impatience.
Looks like the spectators grew bored when the performance hit a snag.
Heinrichs reaches for his weapon. Tazara raises her blade and points at you.
Tell the other Monkey that whoever slits your throat will depart for their new home ahead of schedule. And tell them to hold nothing back. Tonight they dance for Yormris herself, the great archon of the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest.
Dying to entertain Xenos is the eternal shame and condemnation of your souls by the Emperor's undying glory. Let our blades join. Ooh, I like that. Dying to entertain a Xenos on the path to eternal shame and condemnation of your souls by the Emperor of the undying glory. Let us join blades as we destroy those who sought to kill you.
Exhausted and defeated faces trade worried glances. The hulking brute next to you hesitates, then spits and breaks into a grin.
We're going to die anyway. Might as well do it without the heretics brand. Slay the beasts.
Tazara emits a furious scream and takes a step back, signaling to her companions.
I'll wipe you from the face of the galaxy. I will revel in your
Oh, wait. You weren't expecting your toys as you put them to turn on you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 Xenos. And then we gotta get up there to her. Ah, we can't. We would have had to fight all these guys otherwise. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 additional people if we didn't make that check. 8. Speech checks for the win. So melee. Gunslingers, so those are melee. That's a range. Melee. No, that's an individual. They're just witches. This is actually
Hecatrix.
He's a ranged melee. Interesting.
This battlefield air is good for my lungs.
Who do we need? Can we fire over that, or is that going to prevent? Trying to decide who's going to make the best use of it.
Don't get too cocky.
You know, let's do this. Sorry, I just heard one of my kids be like, I'm about to ask mom to send you to bed. And it just, I couldn't help but laugh. I couldn't help but laugh.
You've got a problem. I've got a prize.
Oh, man. No, we can't quite get in range.
Nothing I can't do.
What? Why? Why aren't they in range?
Absolutely not. I don't have time for this.
Don't want to blow that up.
Not my specialty. I'll pass.
So frustrating. Well, he's not doing so good. Oh yeah, now you stand up out of cover. Until they get a turn, we can't even hit them because they're in complete cover. Because they can crouch somehow and not be seen here. Even though I can clearly see their head over the obstacle, I can't target them.
If I must. I understand your intent.
A word for a flesh crafter.
If it serves your cause. No weakness is hidden from my sight.
Nice. Can we do it? Can we do it?
Another soul slips beyond
Yeah,
the
boy.
veil.
She just took him out wholesale, one turn.
I am your blade and shield.
I do not recognize this symbol. It may be the sigil of a cabal, a constellation of killers marking out their hunting ground.
I shall not fail. Caught by the web. As the tenets demand. As honor ordains.
You call this a strike?
My blade whispers your name. Trust me.
Aw, you dodged.
Let's get to it.
Let's get to
Why'd you hit me? That didn't feel so good.
Time to slaughter someone. I'm here, maggot.
She's in cover. Good.
Anything else?
Really? That's all you did?
Will do. Anything else?
Good. She can hit them. She can hit all of them.
But of course.
Shadows start to bleed.
And that's all we got. There's like, you have no hit line to anyone? Or is it because I don't have the other gun selected? Okay. It's because I didn't have this one selected. I had the other one.
Rejoice in battle!
We plan to.
Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak.
Ah! That auto refilled. One, two, three, four, five. Ooh. Here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can I?
Victory
Yes.
is imminent. Let me educate you on the art of pain. You've unleashed my fury. Let's make it quick.
That was great. That was great. That made me. I
Here we
liked
go.
that. I need to get that down in points. I didn't know about how fun it would be to move people into objects like that, or how often we could.
Activate calculated fury algorithm. The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
You call this a strike?
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. My vow is to serve.
Woe to you.
Aw, we can't get very many of them.
Cogitation.
No, they're out of range. Why are we out of range? Should have done that first.
Request approved.
Well, we do what we can do.
All too easy. Nothing I can't see.
Is a prayer.
I was not expecting him to just insta-kill him like that.
I don't have time for this.
That's a problem. Now I don't have
Pass.
targets.
Not my specialty. Already done. Absolutely not. Not a problem for me. Enjoy your luck while you still draw breath. Back into the fray.
Oh look, I'm fully healed. And I got movement points. But now we're burning. But we don't take fire damage anymore. Or we take half. And we do fire damage whenever we strike.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
That's okay. You're doing great at it.
If only that were possible.
What?
Do not dare ask.
Not in line of sight.
Taste my blood.
The Emperor is on our side. Naturally.
Really? You didn't kill her? Him? It? Hey,
I'm
Nem.
bored of this farce, Tazara. Who
Glad you're
rules this
enjoying.
arena? You or the monkey? Drakenmar is high. You know the danger of repeating this misunderstanding. Draw your own conclusions.
Interesting.
Let's see to it. I feel the power surging for the throne's glory. Alas, no.
Another foe painted black.
Hold on.
I know what I'm doing, usually. Don't get too comfortable.
The surviving fighters turn their heads toward you one after another. All eyes on the battlefield are glued to you.
By destroying this Falzinos, you have atoned for your transgressions against the Emperor. Get to the shuttle. The rest of you will be subjected to servitude punishment, to servitorization, to further toil for the good of the Imperium. And we forgot to level up. Ooh, Drukari armor. The tight leather with spikes. Blaster pistol, splinter pistol.
They're gone. Throne as my witness, we will find these blasphemous wretches and make them pay for everything that happened here.
I mean, that's the goal.
The man died clutching his intestines as they spilt from his lacerated stomach. The body is missing parts of its extremities. It was hacked to pieces with dozens of strikes. This man clawed at his throat right before he died. The caustic ooze gives off a sickening vapor that eats away at the lining of your nose and mouth, making your eyes water. The body was partially flayed, and judging by the amount of blood, the victim was still alive when it happened. The sacred engine meant to work in the quarry has not been used for a long time.
A new challenge for me.
Greetings, Lord Captain.
Didn't look like there's anywhere else we can go there. Oh. I didn't realize that was one. Punishment of the Thinkers. Gives us Drusian RP, which is nice. Complacency goes down, though. Efficiency goes down. All allies get 10 crit damage. That's pretty nice. It's only 1,000 RP. That's not that much. I don't really like any of them. I don't like that. I don't like that. Don't really need plasteel. People we need. I don't know what's going on with this boy today. Oh, it's such a hard choice. Any suggestions, chat? Kind of leaning towards this one because I think people is the one we've been shortest on. I guess. Still need mechanisms. Got some more. This one we need Giants project on another one. This one will bring efficiency down. Almost done. This one we don't have what we need for the other ones. Same on this one. So we need mechanisms. Giant. We need more efficiency and complacency in weapons. Need a lot of things. All right.
warp breach. Ungodly fiends spreading sorcerous disease warp the lower decks, gathering a cohort of infected voidsmen. If no measures are taken immediately, an entire bay could be turned into a den of heresy.
I don't have melee weapons. No. I think I have enough melee weapons to do that. I just didn't realize that was one of the possibilities. Oh, I hope that happens again, because I was just thinking, I think we actually have enough. Let's see. Oh, that's heresy. Hey. Stop, because I thought it was melee weapons. Yeah, 85. There you go.
A warp breach. Ungodly fiends spreading sorcerous disease warp the lower decks, gathering a cohort of infected voidsmen. If no measures are taken immediately, an entire bay could be turned into a den of heresy.
Equip them with military gear to prove their worth. Dispatch the enemies of the captain.
The victory over the rogue traders' enemies came at a high price. Still, the decks have been cleansed of warp spawn, albeit it took the blood of hundreds of voidsmen to wash away any evidence of their presence. That night, the Lord Captain and some of his crew were awakened by beautiful music. The sound seemed to caress their very minds, until they realized that the source was their own body.
We've seen that
Captain, urgent report. We have received an astropathic message from Regent Aaron to Orsleo. The navigators are concerned about the fate of Cassir, who disappeared from Uruk V. The Regent is requesting an update on her current status, and he has also inquired about the possibility of a personal meeting to negotiate and to arrange the return of the Lady Navigator to her house. The psycho-emotional coding of the received message betrays acute concern, but it also contains something that the astropaths have failed to put into words. If you'll excuse my forthrightness, I feel it is necessary to tell House Orsleo the truth. Otherwise, a conflict with the Navi's Nobilite is possible, which, given the current state of the Coronus Expanse, will only play into the hands of the enemies of the Imperium.
She died. Certainly, House Orselio. Cassie is safe, and you may meet me in person at a point in the future.
I'll see to it, Lord Captain. The astropaths will transmit your consent. Representatives of House Orsleo will be waiting for you on the capital world Dargonus. Receiving members of the Navi's Nobilite is always a delicate matter. Please make sure to discuss the details of this meeting with your Chancellor upon arrival.
That's okay, we won't be doing that right now anyways.
Lord Captain, our astropaths received a message from Achilles Scalander on Dargonus. He closely studied the data from the incursion on Virbos 6, including the mention of the Xenos leaders. He promised to direct the efforts of his aides to identify those enemies of humanity so their location can be determined. Master Scalander is also reporting the Drukhari are getting ready for more attacks on your territory. Information from his aides continues to arrive, and Achilles will personally report to you the moment the target for the upcoming raid becomes clear. The Drukhari excel at catching their opponents off guard, and there will be little time to mount a response. According to Master Scalander, your personal participation in the defense will be the best strategy, given the circumstances. Lord Capen, this is Master Helmsman Raver. The crew is grumbling again, but they've a right reason this time. Our analytic systems have gone totally bonkers. The Red Robes, Excuse me, tech priests are blaming the anger of the machine spirits. Allegedly, this is how they profess their displeasure at the crew not being worshipful. We have largely managed to stabilize the output of the augurs and auspexes across the ship, but you should know there is something awfully sketchy about the machines these days. I can confirm, Lord Captain, the vessel's analytic systems were behaving incorrectly for a time. The cogitators could not produce statistical data and displayed meaningless numeric combinations instead. The augurs failed to correctly analyze matter and mistook solids for liquids and vice versa. Thanks to the tech priest's efforts, standard operation of the ship's mechanisms has been restored. I am still registering sporadic reports of similar malfunctions, but we should now be able to handle them.
Lovely. Hey, we lost a profit factor.
Lord Captain, a disturbing report has come from the quarries of Veerboss 6. The convicts have lost their minds, they forget how to use tools, they huddle together and continue to stare aimlessly into space, even under the lashes of the whips, ruining the mining deadlines. Some are possessed with the urge to use their nails to scratch blasphemous symbols on tools, machines, and even their own bodies. The most mad have painted the walls of several mines from floor to ceiling with the symbols and then gone off deep into the mining tunnels. None of them could be found. The overseers consider it a ploy to divert attention away from the escapes and an impending rebel lion.
What are those scratches being scratched by the convicts?
It is hard to give these drawings any sort of intelligible definition. Unnaturally round circles connected by lines. The lines are interrupted by groups of dots. Some patterns follow some sort of common logic, others are unique. I can provide pics of them. After examining the pict, you realize that the symbols are connected through a strange logical sequence.
Advisors, what do you have to say?
Spotting an intriguing pattern in the drawing of the symbols left by the prisoners. Hypothesis: they have a practical purpose, requesting access to the mines and the right to investigate the specimen for the Adeptus Mechanicus. Disappearing prisoners? What is the point of running away from penal servitude if the entire world is a prison cell? No, Shireen, these Ashmeds have found some sort of smuggling tunnel network and are hiding there, and the drawings are their secret language, which they use to give orders to their fellow prisoners. I know some guys who can find such secret places and decipher these languages. If the convicts continue to disappear for no reason, then unrest will soon follow, whether out of fear or hope for the possibility of escape. To stifle this, we have put pressure on the convicts' leaders. My experience suggests that such people can hold more sway than any overseer. Expert cryptographer.
All allies gain 7 logic. Wow.
Peculiar trinket. This odd-looking object made from an unknown material was found near an undocumented tunnel on Veerboss 6. At the start of the wearer's turn, they gain 0 temporary wounds. When the wearer's wounds drop to 0, they fall prone, and gain 10% of their maximum wounds as temporary wounds. The wearer becomes the priority target of adjacent enemies. While prone, if the wearer has no other allies with more than 0 wounds, they and their allies die. On the wearer's next turn, they regain 30% of their wounds if they still have temporary wounds. This effect activates only once per round.
Wow. It's actually pretty good. Overseer. Watchdogs. Harsh Overseer drives the crew into battle. The flagship gains 3 speed in the first round. I mean, 7 logic isn't bad, but I think I'm gonna have to go with what Jay said. Jay, you can have your friends investigate.
For a generous fee, my people could find even the smallest stone tossed to the bottom of the sea, Shireen. A squad of brave smugglers slipped into the mines and discovered long-collapsed tunnels cleared up very recently. An unnaturally even wall covered in strange symbols caught their attention. The tunnel went down deep and was not on any of the mining maps. The colony administration gave orders to conduct an archive survey, banned work in the sector, and had guards posted there until the origins of the tunnel could be established.
We need mechanisms. Ooh.
Vigilance. A marvelous compact weapon in the form of a ring that allows the wearer to use Melter Scorching Area Attack once per combat. Melter Scorching Area Attack. Dash from 10 to 14 damage. Minus 50% armor penetration. Minus 8 range.
That's kind of cool.
Ionite Grenade. Inside the grenade there is a charge of acid and a low-powered gravity generator that keeps it from touching the shell. Creatures caught in the corrosive grenade blast area suffer their current armor /2% armor decrease.
Yes. Layer of the Void, Holy Servitude. Oh, but I need Fellowship of the Void, 2000 RP. Oh. 2500. Oh. Oh, Explorators, 5000. That's 2000. 2500. 5000. We're definitely going that one then. And this one doesn't have the others. Blocks, ergonomics, which is below it. Efficiency or security in complacency. This will give us I will fear no
poison. All allies gain +5 Charis and suffer 10% toxic damage. Magus Toxicus of Veerboss 6, responsible for the purity of the climate domes, presented the rogue trader with a welcome gift of consecrated rebreather filters and poison resistance medicaments. All allies gain +5 commerce and +4% hit chance. Everyone knows the rogue trader's eagerness to succeed using the most efficient ways possible.
I like that one. I would like complacency, but I think we're gonna have to go with this because I really like that. We will hit more people. Cost people, but we lose complacency, get that, and get provisions. Convicts will secretly resold to the pirates of the Kronos Expanse. Wow. So this is going to block. Oh, this blocks. Okay.
Plus 20% scrap for winning space battles.
Wow. Escort ship. Yeah, we want that. Oh, they both have escort ship. 5,000 Navy. Fellowship of the Void. We get all this other stuff.
Plus 5% to critical hit chance against pirates.
Oh, this is for all. Oh, I like all colonies. It's 5,000 on Navy, which would give us more. Gotta go 5,000. I mean, I really would like the adamantine xenotech, but I kind of have to go with this. What does X4 mean? So we can only have one of these two. 3,500. And we get
the Ashen Breath, the weapon of a wrathful leader from the Aldrai Corsairs, taken as a trophy by the Imperial Navy and later stolen from a secret arsenal by Kazbalika agents.
3,500 or 3,500. We can do this one.
Zealot, ancient and fearsome weapons captured on the ship of the archenemy's devotees and cleansed by Texorcism over the course of a 7-year-long vigil. Medium-range broadside macro cannons, which fire 3 shots, dealing 24 damage per shot.
All right. Efficiency up by 3. More people. Okay, let me see this, how this works. Let's see. We're on Dargonus 6, so times 4. So is that 4 or is it times 4? If it's times 4, we should have 24 from Dargonus. So we're going to experiment and find out, because I'm trying to figure out exactly how that works. Because some of them have plus and some of them have times. Complacency across. Ooh. I mean, I want the explorators, but that complacency across all of them is that's big. Hey puppy, how's it going? How is puppy? A pinky player.
The Santial's pride hives are oozing noxious haze veined with sulfurous streaks. The promethium fumes from the gigantic distilling cauldrons located beyond the temperature shields. Vast, endless deadlands littered with spots of promethium stations and refineries separate the colossi of rockcrete and adamantine with its crown of gargantuan spires. The heat of this system star has turned this world into a boiling but lucrative gland within the body of the House Corda Protectorate.
It's hard to tell what's more impressive, the grotesque grandeur of the place or the extreme toxicity. Ah, nice. Coffee's good. You know about coffee, right?
I love coffee. Oh yeah.
At the meantime, need that. Yeah, that's a little dude. No! We don't have a route over here. I don't want to have to forge a route there.
The The duty officer reported an incident in the shuttle repair bay. A security team was dispatched in response to a distress signal, but when they arrived, they discovered that the shuttle repair crew had doubled in number. Somehow, every crew member now had an identical twin, but each assured the enforcers that they were the real one. The enforcers immediately opened fire, killing everyone in the bay. The duty officer awarded the squad a commendation for their vigilance and efficiency.
Okay. Oh, yay, unknown ships. Alright, let's do the space battle.
A violent battle is unfolding before the rogue traders' eyes. Patrol ships from the Quarter Fleet are tearing apart two small Isle-Dry vessels. Once they are finished with them, the Void ships give chase after the third, already damaged vessel, clearly with the intention of destroying it as well. Seeing the last ship's impending death, Juliet calls out to the Lord Captain, her voice trembling slightly. Only the rogue trader's intervention can save her kin from the massacre.
Hold the battle. We have questions for these Xenos.
The Voxmaster relays the Lord Captain's demand to stop the battle and soon returns with a reply. According to the Quarter ships, this group of Xenos are malicious criminals. They are guilty of raiding this system's planets and robbing merchant vessels. Incendiary Quarter's Void ships are intent on performing their duty before the Emperor and exterminating the Xenos. Juliet sullenly watches the unfolding chase through the stained glass windows of the Captain's bridge. She grimly concedes that no crime should go unpunished, except her kin were flying transport ships. It would have been impossible for them to rob a ship, let alone launch a planetary raid. Vessels such as theirs simply lack the firepower to do so. The Monkey are lying.
Analyze the intact Xeno ship.
Despite the presence of some weaponry, the Xenoship is more likely meant for transporting cargo or the Xenos themselves rather than direct combat.
Prove their transgressions immediately.
The patrol's captain reluctantly admits that there is no conclusive proof. This system is sometimes the target of pirate raids. However, this changes nothing, for his servants have no mercy for the enemies of humanity.
Withdraw immediately, or be fired upon.
Unwilling to engage in open battle against the flagship of a foreign dynasty, the patrol reluctantly leaves its prey and retreats to the edge of the system. Meanwhile, the wounded Xenoship is rapidly distancing itself from the recent battlefield, attempting to hide in the shadow of the nearest world. Every attempt to contact it is met with frustration, and the Voxmaster reports that the vessel is in deplorable condition. Who knows how much more this technology can endure before the irreparable happens. The Isle-Dry are too scared and resentful of the Monkey for the recent deaths of their kin to answer incoming hails. Despite this, Juliet is certain that she can convince them to cooperate with the Elantach if she is allowed to speak with them.
Very well. Juliet, speak to your friends.
2 watches pass, and the Xenos finally decide to answer Juliet's pleas concerning the Elantach's assistance. Guardedly asking how exactly the Monkey can help their vessel, the Isle-Dry note that the humans' primitive technologies are incapable of healing the Isle-Dry vessel's wounds. The sudden benevolence of one human is equally incapable of bringing back those who perished in the recent engagement.
Boom. No. You're welcome aboard the vessel if you wish. Or we can grant them... You can bring your vessel aboard and heal the wounds of your ship and yourselves.
The Isle-Dry accept their fate with forced humility. They do not resist, but neither do they appear uplifted by their rescue. They see their stay on a Monkey ship as imprisonment filled with uncertainty about what awaits them next. After a few watches, the Xeno's suspicions are validated. The presence of outsiders who filled the lower decks was perceived by ordinary people as an invasion of godless mutants. Shouting prayers to the Emperor, they rush to depressurize the compartment containing the Xenos alongside those. The horrible news shakes Juliet. She blames herself for the deaths of her kin and regrets the hatred of the Monkey toward her kind, a foolish product of fear. Juliet can only shake her head. Monkey deaths will not bring her kin back to life, it will only spread even greater hatred, and the gap between humans and Isle-Dry will grow even wider. Some time after, Juliet comes to the Lord Captain, haggard but still holding on to hope. She says that she came aboard the Monkey vessel and set off into the darkness in the hopes of finding her kin, but found only corpses slaughtered by humanity's hatred. And though she and the Lord Captain were not all a violent scene, Juliet sullenly, despite the presence of some unwilling. Meanwhile, Juliet appeals to her kin's wisdom, but the words of the outcast cannot make them trust Monkey. The pain of loss fills the Isle dry hearts. Only recently did the humans destroy 2 vessels of a violent. Seeing the last ships impending, Juliet's. The patrol's captain reluctantly admits that there is no conclusive proof. This system is sometimes the target of pirate raids. However, this changes nothing, for his servants have no mercy for the enemies of humanity.
I want to try that quickly.
They will fall before you, one by one.
Back.
Do not hesitate. Show no mercy.
Wait, where did my... My fighters are gone because it scooped them up again on me. can't do that one. Graph 1 torpedoes versus what? Normal torpedoes? Melta warheads. There goes the torpedoes. Bye-bye. Yep, shoot the little fighters.
They are exposed. Unleash your weaponry.
Whoops. Did I do that? Pop. Goodbye.
I have missed this feeling.
By the Lord Captain's order, House Corder's ships have been annihilated. Meanwhile, the wounded Xenaship is rapidly distancing itself from the recent battlefield, attempting to hide in the shadow of the nearest. The Isledry are too scared and resentful of the Monkey for the Juliet appeals to her kin's wisdom, but the words of the outcast cannot make them. Trying to outpace the pursuit of the bridge officers, and only the thin figure of the Isledry stands motionless against the backdrop of the intricate stained glass windows, mourning the fallen in solemn silence. Once the pain in Juliet's soul is numbed, she turns to the... A violent battle is unfolding before the rogue trader's eyes.
I want to see
the
how
last
that
ship's
battle
impending
went.
death,
It was mainly
Juliet
for
calls
fun.
out to the Lord Captain, her voice The Vox... Despite the present... The patrol... Unwilling to... Mean... The... Juliet appeals to her kin's wisdom, but the words of the outcast cannot
Why
make them...
can she not pass
Trying
that
to
test
outpace
this
the
time?
pursuit of
She
the
passed
next
it the
monkey
first time,
vessel,
and now she
the
can't
Isledry
pass it.
overload their void ship's drives. One of the damaged engines is unable to bear the strain. Before the eyes of 100 officers, the Xenaship flashes a fiery light blue through the stained glass windows as thousands of tiny shards disperse across the system.
She needs... what is it? Persuasion. So we'll have to look at boosting her persuasion. What we're going to do first, we're going to come back to this one. Now that we know what it involves.
This planet is devoid of even the most primitive forms of life. However, the crew has made quite a strange discovery. A mirror, lying right in the center of a huge crater. A completely ordinary mirror in a frame, by all appearances, in pristine condition. The mirror now hangs on the wall in one of the compartments. It looks completely normal. However, only an hour after its arrival, the Voxmaster reports that the shuttle crew that delivered the mirror has disappeared. The people who hung the mirror have also disappeared. Even the enforcer who wandered into the compartment by mistake and stopped to fix his new, non-regulation, cravat has vanished without a trace.
Wow. Send a team with righteous prayers on their lips.
The team sent to destroy the mirror stopped responding the moment they entered the compartment.
Okay, let's wait.
About 3 watches after the shuttle crew's disappearance, strange squelching and snapping sounds are heard coming from the mirror compartment, accompanied by a putrid odor.
Force the door open.
The door opens to reveal streaks of some odd slimy substance interspersed with clumps of what looks like moss, and growths hanging from the ceiling. Further inspection shows that the mirror is actively secreting biomatter, including fast-growing mold spores. Yet more abnormal noises joined the ungodly symphony playing behind the compartment door. The squelching and snapping were soon joined by rattling, wheezing, and growling. Sensors also detected an increase in the ship's mass in the area near the compartment. Soon, faint human voices could be heard, begging to be saved. The compartment was brimming with biomatter, strange creatures and plants floating in streams of a slimy substance, revealed to be a type of mold upon closer inspection. The missing crew members were also found inside, terrified and unable to remember anything. They returned to awareness while still inside the compartment. They had been only half an hour away from drowning in the biomatter still oozing from the mirror. After analyzing all the available data, the Lord Captain and the officers conclude that the mirror functions in line with the rotation cycle of the planet on which it was found. During the first phase, the mirror absorbs all organic life reflected in it. During the second phase, the mirror regurgitates the organic material it has consumed, starting with the simplest organisms and progressing to more complex ones.
Interesting. We'll see. Now we know how it works, we can possibly use it for something.
The crew seem numb with horror as they hear the order, yet they obey without a word. The mirror remains in a sealed compartment while the ship continues its journey onward.
I have a feeling that could be something that was a very bad choice, but you know, maybe we'll use the mirror on a Space Hulk or some orcs or something, I don't know.
A vigilant member of the Orca crew has detected a small Xenos vessel drifting through the void. The ship is unpowered and shows no signs of being crewed.
Send the boarding shuttle.
The squad boarded the vessel without issue. Corrosion has laid waste to the ship's systems, which led to the death of the entire crew. The interior is full of isle-dry corpses. No weapons were found on board, and the dead Xenos, judging by their clothing, were not part of any warrior caste, merely the crew of the now-defunct ship. The Xenos Yulia claims to have recognized the symbols on the dead isle-dry's clothes. They were civilian refugees from Craft World crew Daruk.
Sorry.
By their arduous labor and unbreakable spirit do his faithful servants fuel hundreds of Imperial worlds. Their entire lives are an example of true service to humanity.
Okay. Don't need 2 plasteel. We're gonna have to see if we can boost her Urliet's persuasion capabilities so that she can actually pass that test. I like saving and reloading to check out different things, including things that we may not actually want.
Characters deal plus 5% more damage with one-handed melee weapons and plus 10% more damage with two-handed melee weapons. Strength also affects the athletic skill. Base athletics is equal to strength.
Oof. Nasty. like it. Nothing else I can do. One down.
The old desire.
Beautiful. We will eradicate him with the fury of the Emperor. Bring down the enemies of mankind. Oh, don't have it wide enough. Not quite far enough. Wow. Those interceptors.
Two great dynasties, Lord Captain.
Indeed. Those, wow, those fighters, I tell you what. Yeah, boy. All right, we need to find persuasion boosts. You wouldn't have any. Yeah, you'd have carouse. You wouldn't have persuasion. You have persuasion boost from signet ring and gloves. So we're going to take the signet rings and gloves. We'll give them back. Don't worry. But we need to put those on our good friend here if we can. She will get those back later. Signet ring is here. Yours is only from Cold Trader Acumen. Okay, perfect. We got a 15-point boost. Hopefully that will do it for us.
A violent battle. Seeing the last ships impend, Juliet sullenly. The patrol, unwilling to. Meanwhile, the Isle Dry are too scared. 2 watches pass, and the Xenos finally decide to answer Juliet's pleas concerning the Elantach's assistance. Guardedly asking how exactly the Monty can help their vessel, the Isle Dry note that the humans' primitive technologies are incapable of healing the Isle Dry vessel's wounds. The sudden benevolence of one human is equally incapable of bringing back those who perished in the recent engagement.
Have some food and medicine.
The Xenos half-heartedly thank the rogue trader and turn their ship toward distant stars and inevitable death in the void. No words are exchanged on the bridge, but everyone understands that the wounded ship will never make it there. A few Terran days later, a blue flash at the edge of the system confirms the vessel's unfortunate fate. And only the thin figure of the Isle Dry stands motionless against the backdrop of the intricate stained glass windows, mourning the fallen in solemn silence. Once the pain in Juliet's soul is numbed, she turns to the Lord Captain and nods, a short gesture of gratitude for their attempt to save those who could hardly be saved. Some time after, Juliet comes to the Lord Captain, haggard but still holding on to hope. She says that she came aboard the Monkey vessel and set off into the darkness in the hopes of finding her kin, but found only corpses slaughtered by humanity's hatred. And though she and the Lord Captain were not always in agreement, the Elantach still tried to lend a helping hand. In gratitude, as she promised, she shares the coordinates of her kin's cache.
So there's really no way to save her people. Wow.
The engine decks were transformed into exotic gardens. Several chambers sprouted foliage vaguely Lord Captain, we have received an astropathic message from Dargonus. Achilles Scalander reports a Xenos raid against a merchant ship in the silence of Masegrit. The coordinates of a hypothetical contact have been forwarded to the crew. If you wish to support your subjects and fight back against the Xenos personally, we must hurry. It is unlikely that a merchant ship will be able to resist the enemies of humanity for long.
I have seen a planet burn once before, Sarmaga. Exterminators was invoked, incendiary cyclonic torpedoes were deployed. The world burned for several months until there was nothing but ash.
The bizarre structure observed from orbit appears to be the ruined estate of a wealthy noble. Further searching reveals the remains of an envirodome, a landing pad, the main manor, and servants' quarters. It is impossible to determine what exactly happened there. The search team has found something truly disturbing in the main hall, an opulently clothed skeleton sitting at the dinner table. The table is set with gold plates covered with old blood and piles of bones. The bones on the plates are clearly human. No other remains have been found on the estate. The scout team returns with some expensive weapons taken from the skeleton. After finishing their report, they hurry away, whispering prayers. A Vox notification from the Augur crew drowns out the usual noise on the bridge. An Imperial vessel, the Dark Piercer, and its escort ships are headed your way. Your archives make no mention of either the ship or its owner. As you consider your course of action, the ship's captain contacts you first. Introducing himself as the Pilgrim, the captain greets the rogue trader courteously and offers to purchase any information you might have on crystal phlogiston deposits. The captain's coarse laughter echoes forth from the Vox. Phlogiston is a part and parcel of many different aspects of life in the Imperium. How exactly his customers are going to use it is none of his concern. All that the Pilgrim promises is that the phlogiston will be used for the good of humanity. Jay immediately remarks that someone without a name is not to be trusted. Deals with such people do not tend to end well. If she were you, she would first find out his secrets and then scrupulously remove him from the equation. Pasquale becomes visibly animated at the mention of phlogiston. Though indifferent to the prospect of a deal with the shadowy individual, the Magus nonetheless recommends you find out more about phlogiston deposits. Your own protectorate would benefit from the knowledge. Sister Argenta sincerely believes the words of the pilgrim. A cowl or a golden aquila are no prerequisites for being his true servant. If the captain sincerely wants to help the Imperium, perhaps by his own methods, there is nothing questionable about extending a helping hand. The pilgrim has been exploring the Corunus Expanse for years and knows many of its secrets. He promises to let you in on intriguing rumors that may be of interest to someone with your skills and capabilities. It looks like the captain of the Dark Piercer is unsurprised by your reaction. He is willing to pay in gold and securities for any information on phlogiston. The captain admits he has not always done the right thing in his life, but he once beheld the blessing of the Emperor himself, and has followed a special path of service to him ever since. That is the path he now treads as the pilgrim. The captain of the Dark Piercer is in the best of spirits. In gratitude for your invaluable help, he sends you a small box containing ancient maps and documents. They appear to speak of a certain imperial world lost many centuries ago. Then, in a somewhat conspiratorial tone, the pilgrim relates a story about a standoff between two Xenos fleets, which he was told by an acquaintance. The person in question, sadly enough, died at the hands of the Inquisition before they were able to pass on the coordinates for the crash site of one of the Xeno ships. However, the pilgrim knows for a fact that the vessel met its demise on an ocean world. A ship that once traveled the galaxy is now suspended in the silent void like the gnawed carcass of a giant monster. When the rogue trader's void ship approaches, the Voxmaster reports an incoming message. A colony of the Imperium subjects have made their home in the bowels of the ship. They welcome the Lord Captain. Assassins are exemplary at evading enemy attacks and then delivering their own devastating blows, melee or ranged. They benefit from high dodge and dodge reduction as well as precisely planned attacks on enemies' weak spots.
Welcome, your lordiness. Please, come right in. Our chief, she'll greet ya.
One
Lethano's pride. The name Lethano surfaces in your mind. The history of a family from the Corunus Expanse who invested all they had in a family ship. The ship perished in the warp on its maiden voyage. The Lethano line never recovered from this crushing blow.
How far we have fallen, the rogue trader digging through rubbish.
What about
I can scarcely speak for grief.
Rooting around in the guts of this dead colossus of the void? Talk to them. Wisdom can be found in unexpected places, Shireen.
Lordiness, it's just rubbish. Now why would you want to go through it, eh? Hello there. Your lordiness.
Victory awaits!
I feel my age when fighting alongside such young warriors.
Indeed. While I have my navigator skills to call upon, you are, statistically speaking, far more likely to perish in battle. Oh, I mean, that came out wrong.
Who's that there? Looks real noble-like.
He's our tech use, so we're going to give that to him. We move the items back where they're supposed to be. Let's rearrange it by type so we can find the right thing. 10 strength, this AP for grenades, that would be good. 10 bonus to tech use. Oh. That'll actually be better, because tech use and plasma. However, I thought about putting him on that Melta, now that I remember. The Melta, I'm kind of curious how well the multi-Melta would do. Gotta go through this all sometime. We also need to level up. Probably should do that while I'm thinking about it. If you guys ever have any suggestions, please share it, because I am not an expert on it. I'm just making it up as I go and trying to find good synergies.
While moving, all bleeding enemies leave a bloody trail on the ground which remains for 1 round. Moving through these bloodstained cells costs the executioner 0 MP. At the start of each round, all enemies suffering from any damage over time effects inflicted by the executioner have their incoming damage over time from any source increased by plus 20%. Stacks.
That's pretty big.
The maximum number of wounds for the executioner depends on their medici instead of toughness.
That's going to be a huge health boost for us, I think. No! What is it that he's been our primary on? Now I can't even remember. None of them, actually. Okay. No, that's not what I wanted. He's been Medicaid. And that's it. So Medicaid is weapon skill for him, which can't go up anymore, so willpower and agility would be good. So here we'll go Medicaid bonus.
Until the end of combat, all toxin and burning effects from any source inflicted on the executioner's enemies ignore their target's armor and deflection. The damage of all bleeding effects from any source inflicted on the executioner's enemies is increased by an additional plus 30%. Whenever Carnival of Misery is used, all enemies suffering from any damage over time effects immediately suffer an additional instance of damage from these effects. All enemies in combat immediately suffer bleeding, burning, and toxin. The level of each effect is equal to character's level /10.
Wow.
Until the end of combat, all of the executioner's allies are healed by damage over time effects instead of suffering damaged. The number of wounds restored is equal to the amount of damage that would be dealt by an effect after all modifiers are applied.
Well, absolutely we need to do that one. Now we really need to start burning ourselves.
All enemies in a 2-cell radius around the Vanguard suffer a 8% penalty to dodge against all attacks except the Vanguards. If any of these enemies consider the Vanguard a priority target, those enemies suffer a 11% penalty to dodge instead. At the start of the Vanguard's turn, before their temporary wounds are lost, the Vanguard gains a number of temporary wound strength for 1 round. While Bulwark is active, the Vanguard counts as full cover for their allies and grants the adjacent allies plus stacks of unyielding beacon /2 damage deflection against ranged attacks.
Wow.
While the Vanguard has at least one ally in a 2-cell radius, the Vanguard gains plus 9% parry. All allies affected by the Vanguard's abilities, but not the Vanguard themselves, are 8% less likely to suffer a critical hit. Once per round, whenever an enemy that considers the Vanguard a priority target enters a cell adjacent to the Vanguard, that enemy provokes an attack of opportunity. Whenever the Vanguard's ally in a 2-cell radius around them is hit, the Vanguard grants that ally plus 3 temporary wounds, once per round for each ally.
Interesting.
All allies, excluding Xenos, in the current party gain plus 5 to the same characteristic as was chosen for humanity's finest.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Until the end of their next turn, the Vanguard cannot die. Until the start of their next turn, all damage suffered by the Vanguard is reduced by 6.
It's not bad.
Until the start of the Vanguard's next turn, each attack made by the Vanguard makes them a priority target for the enemy hit by that attack. Until the end of combat, all allies in a 3-cell radius around the Vanguard suffer 3 less damage. Until the end of combat, the Vanguard gains plus 3 momentum for each attack that hits them.
It's been a little while since we leveled up. We got 3 levels.
The Archmilitant begins combat with 2 stacks of versatility. The Archmilitant gains a plus 5+ number of versatility stacks % bonus to critical damage. This bonus is kept when the Archmilitant uses Cautious Approach or Confident Approach. The Archmilitant gains a plus 5+ number of versatility stacks % bonus to armor. This bonus is kept when the Archmilitant uses Cautious Approach or Confident. When the Archmilitant attacks targets that have their armor reduced by any effects applied by the Archmilitant's allies, the Archmilitant deals plus 10% damage. When the Archmilitant attacks targets that have their deflection reduced by any effects applied by the Archmilitant's allies, the Archmilitant deals plus 2 damage. Killing an enemy with a melee attack makes all the Archmilitant's ranged attacks this turn cost 1 AP, min 1, and vice versa. Does not stack. Every round, the first single target ability used by an ally on the Archmilitant grants plus 1 action point to that ally. While the Archmilitant is under the effect of Reckless Rush, their attacks do not cost MP. The first time in combat that the Archmilitant reaches 0 wounds while under the effect of Steady Superiority or Heroic Sacrifice, the Archmilitant restores 20% of their maximum wounds and loses this effect. Until the end of combat, every attack grants a stacking plus 2% bonus to critical hit chance.
It's not bad.
Until the end of combat, the Archmilitant's attacks do not spend all MP. Additionally, each attack grants a stacking plus 5% bonus to dodge for 1 round. The Archmilitant can use both the Heroic Act of the Archmilitant archetype and the Heroic Act of the Warrior or Soldier archetype in a single combat.
Now that's pretty good. I want that one first, though.
Whenever prey is killed, all enemies in a 10-cell radius around the prey have their agility reduced by 5 prey's difficulty tier for 2 rounds. Whenever the bounty hunter scores a critical hit, they gain plus 5% armor penetration until the end of combat. Stacks.
That's pretty good too.
Whenever an enemy is killed by a critical hit scored by the bounty hunter or their ally, the bounty hunter gains plus 2 enemies difficulty tier % damage for 2 rounds. Whenever an ally kills prey, the bounty hunter gains half of the bonuses granted by hunt down the prey.
Yeah, do that, because sometimes they get it. You need tech. I kind of want you to do the other one, but we have you in this one, so we'll stick with it. And then ballistic skill, you need intelligence too. I'll do ballistic skill and then intelligence.
Prior to the attack, all prey suffers a 3 per bonus % penalty to armor until the end of combat. The bounty hunter gains plus 3 MP and restores plus 3 charges of hunt down the prey.
Wow.
Whenever the bounty hunter attacks exactly one target, which is marked as prey, with wild hunt, this attack deals plus 300% damage. All prey has its MP reduced by AGI bonus 3, but by no less than 2.
Wow. So many great options. Do that.
Whenever the navigator uses a navigator power that has not been used this combat, the navigator gains plus 2 perception until the end of combat. Enemies affected by the navigator's powers suffer a stacking 10 penalty to the next resistance test from the navigator's powers. The penalty is lost after such a test is made. Every even turn, second, fourth, etc., the navigator gains an additional action point. Every odd turn, first, third, etc., the navigator gains plus 20 perception. Enemies damaged by the navigator suffer plus 11% additional damage from any source of warp damage. The bonus damage stacks for each hit inflicted by the navigator. This effect stacks up to 5 times. The Master Tactician and 1 random ally make 2 attacks instead of 1 during Orchestrated Firestorm and Last Volley. Orchestrated Firestorm and Last Volley can be used multiple times per combat, once per turn.
Oh.
All allies, including the Master Tactician, that have a weapon capable of burst attacks use a burst attack instead of a single attack against enemies as part of Orchestrated Firestorm and Last Volley. Until the beginning of the Master Tactician's next turn, allies automatically dodge all friendly fire.
Wow.
All allies, including the Master Tactician, that have a weapon capable of area attacks use these area attacks instead of a single attack against enemies as part of Orchestrated Firestorm and Last Volley. All allies within the zone gain plus 35% armor until the end of the Master Tactician's next turn.
Hey, Matt, welcome in. How you doing today?
If an enemy suffers a critical hit from one of the assassin's allies, at the start of the assassin's turn, a new opening is created on that enemy on whichever side is closest to the assassin. The hemorrhage effect applied by Death Whisper deals an additional plus 10 damage. Until the end of combat, the target of dispatch loses half of its current armor and deflection. Dispatch deals additional damage equal to 45% of the target's missing wounds instead of 25% of its missing wounds. Until the end of combat, whenever the assassin hits an opening, they gain plus 5, rounded down, temporary wounds.
That's pretty powerful.
If the dispatch attack kills the target, all enemies in a 3-cell radius around the target gain plus 2 stacks of the disturbed effect and must pass an agility resistance test or become staggered for 1 round. Disturbed, a disturbed character suffers a 10 penalty to willpower and fellowship for each stack of this effect. Staggered, a staggered character suffers a 20 penalty to weapon skill, ballistic skill, strength, toughness, and agility.
It's pretty good. We're gonna do this so we can use it on boss fights. That won't help him. However, I should have done this on my guy. No.
The Psyker's resolve is increased by plus 4 while Veil degradation is 10 or lower. In the first round of every combat, all psychic powers of the Biomancy discipline cost 1 action point. Whenever the Psyker is healed or heals any ally, if the character being healed is already at full wounds, the character instead gains temporary wounds equal to the healing. Whenever an effect applied by the Psyker increases the damage suffered by a target, this effect is increased by half. For example, a 20% increase becomes a 30% increase. When the Psyker's allies or the Psyker themselves are under the effects of psychic powers, they gain plus 5 toughness for each of such effects.
That's pretty good.
The Psyker's psychic powers that have a range of 2 cells or more have their range increased by plus 3.
That'll be useful for his healing one. So many, though.
The Psyker's critical hit chance is increased by plus 5%.
So many options. I want them all. We're gonna do that one because there's times he can't reach. What is he doing? I don't remember him doing anything on our ship. Lord Warp, I guess. Lord Xenos.
Until the end of combat, all toxin and burning effects from any source inflicted on the executioner's enemies ignore their target's armor and deflection. The damage of all bleeding effects from any source inflicted on the executioner's enemies is increased by an additional plus 30%.
That's so good.
Whenever Carnival of Misery is used, all enemies suffering from any damage over time effects immediately suffer an additional instance of damage from these effects. All enemies in combat immediately suffer bleeding, burning, and toxin. The level of each effect is equal to character's level /10. Until the end of combat, all of the executioner's allies are healed by damage over time effects instead of suffering damaged. The number of wounds restored is equal to the amount of damage that would be dealt by an effect after all modifiers are applied. Whenever the assassin attacks an enemy that is at full wounds, the assassin gains plus 20% dodge and dodge reduction against that enemy until the end of the assassin's next turn. Whenever the assassin attacks an enemy with a single target attack, this attack reduces the target's armor and dodge by 10% until the end of the assassin's turn. Does not stack.
You can't do any more weapon skill.
Until the end of combat, the target of dispatch loses half of its current armor and deflection. Until the end of combat, whenever the assassin hits an opening, they gain plus 6, rounded down, temporary wounds.
Alright.
All the Master Tactician's abilities work as if the Master Tactician has 8 more stacks of tactical advantage.
Yeah. Medicay, 85. Persuasion, 101. Demolition, 40. Lore Imperium, 168. Carouse, 35. Coercion, 119. Commerce, 150. Let's get you some more coercion. Can't do that one. So we'll get you some more ballistic skill.
The Master Tactician and 1 random ally make 2 attacks instead of 1 during Orchestrated Firestorm and Last Volley. At this archetype rank, it is possible to increase the base characteristics of the character, which define a character's skill scores, number of wounds, hit chance, and many other aspects.
Warblor's Int. Alright, well that took a bit of time. I mean, I kind of knew it would. It's been a little while.
Lordiness, it's just rubbish. Now why would you want to go through it, eh? Who's that there? Looks Real Noble-like.
A working area where fragments of the ship are dismantled in search of... A tired-looking woman of indeterminate age, clad in work clothes, breaks off from her task to greet you. She freezes momentarily, clearly unsure how to address you, then says simply,
"Your Lordship, please excuse me, I don't really know your name. Welcome to our little colony. May the light of the Emperor be with you. And with us. My name's Rita Maxi Mover. I'm in charge here."
What is this place?
We just call ourselves Ritter's crew and this place is Ritter's camp, that's it. We're reckolagers, scavengers, in common terms.
She does not speak the word scavengers with any kind of disdain. On the contrary, there is dignity in her voice, the kind with which one would announce their affiliation with a respected guild or family. Tossing a glance at the squall, she grimly adds,
"And our work is all legal, even though your brethren have no liking for us."
The squall stares dispassionately at Ritter with a hint of disgust. Evidently, he has not even considered the possibility that replying to this creature's words could be anything other than heresy.
Take it this place is far from safe. It's not safe here. Sooner or later... Oh, I can take you from this place. You have your own ship?
No, not even close. A luxury like that. You could count the reckolagers who got their own ship on one hand, an old worker's hand that got sucked into machinery 3 times and slashed by a plasma cutter twice. We fly with, however, mostly just taking our chances. Sometimes we hitch a ride on the promise that we'll pay with what we find later. Other times we find some other means. Risky business, obviously. 5 or so years back, a crew got dropped off at an abandoned station. But something wasn't right with the life support systems. The ship came back to pick them up 2 years later, and found nothing but bodies. And about 15 years ago, back before I had my first little one, a ship took 3 crews to locations and ran into pirates on the way back. The ships go out on expeditions 4 years at a time, so it was ages before anyone realized they were missing, and it was even longer before they remembered the scavengers, plus it took some time to find a ship that could check on them and pick them up. Long story short, all 3 crews had bought it. Yep.
What do you do here?
Right now we're gutting this old heap of junk, slowly but surely. That's a reckolager's life for you. They drop us off at some decrepit station or an ancient battlefield, and we just sit there 4 years on end. We look for working tech, or valuable materials, or whatever else might be useful. If we find anything, we sell it to passing ships. Not the easiest job out there. These wrecks are chock full of all kinds of dangers, but, and I swear it on my plasma torch, it's an exciting one for sure. This little bird's got all kinds of bells and whistles. Most of the tech is dead, but we do find working pieces now and again. We spent 2 whole months clearing out this shaft we found. Finished just 3 days ago, actually, and we found this thing. A bit weird looking but still functional.
Ritter's expression brightens a little.
Perhaps your lordship would like to buy this component from us. I'll bet that big ship you've got could get plenty of use out of it.
The squall's vox crackles to life. Imperiously, he tells her, "Present the object, laywoman," but curiosity creeps into his voice nonetheless.
Interesting. We're willing to buy this component.
Well, isn't this something? The Emperor himself must have smiled upon us.
Ritter makes a triumphant gesture.
I mean, thank you, your lordship. You'll be pleased with the results.
Rechargeable battery.
Her mood visibly improves.
You know, your lordship, it's kind of embarrassing to offer you this, but over in that corner there, we keep things we don't rightly understand or can't really use. You could send some of your people to check it out if you'd like. Clearly you know more about this stuff than us. You might find something useful.
What can you tell us about this wreck?
Not much. We're no eggheads, you know. We're manual labor. It's an ancient thing, pretty dangerous, and we don't really know much beyond that. Before we came here, some tech priests had done their own bit of gutting. I mean ritualing, bowing to the spirits, all that. That lot don't tend to leave a whole lot of valuables behind, it's true, but it's way too scary to go in before them. And hey, we dragged a dozen of their broken servitures out of the mines after. The carcasses smell awful, but you can pluck a decent number of parts out of a serviture and sell them. Doesn't seem like there's anything nasty living inside the wreck now, but the wreck itself is barely holding together. You go a couple of modules from here, and that's it. You won't take another step without fearing that a broken reactor might cook you alive, or a whole module might depressurize. Well, it's nothing we haven't handled before, so we're having a poke at it, but we don't have a clue what this ship is or who it belonged to.
You take pride in your trade, I see.
Sure do. It takes skill, and luck, and a good head on your shoulders. We risk our lives every day, crawling on top of these old buckets. If something goes wrong, we die, by the scores sometimes. One moment we're there, the next we're gone, kind of like worker ants. But you know what, your lordship, our job also has something, how should I put it, poetic about it. Hope you don't judge me too harshly and don't take it as insolence, but some people, even big people like you, think too highly of themselves. Let's say your ship hops into the warp someday and doesn't hop out of it in time, and around 1,000 years later, another gal like myself, who needs to feed her 3 ankle biters somehow, will be rifling through its remains, looking for anything good. That's just the nature of things. Each of us comes and goes, but the way the world works stays the same. We all have our lot in life, and mine is just as good as any other. You are amusing, little monkey. Your life is shorter than a moth's, and you spend it digging around in the carcass of dead, malevolent metal. But you speak of eternity and the stars. I like that. It is like seeing starlight reflected in a puddle.
Dogmatic. There are those who are great and those who are nothing. That's the nature of things.
If you say so, your lordship. I'm a simple woman, living a simple life, having simple thoughts, and if I happen to blurt out some bunkum, that's just because I'm not that bright.
Ritter shrugs.
I can take you from this place. It's not safe here. Sooner or rather, it'll drift into some remote body and you'll never be found again.
But this is our whole livelihood, your lordship. You take us from here, and what are we gonna do? Sit in some hold, slaving away? Here, we've got our own colony, our own operation. No, this is our path, and we won't stray from it.
Very well, I can see.
Your lordship.
Ritter falters, as if flustered by her own nerve.
Please don't take it as insolence, but it's not like I have much choice. It's not often that we get well-stocked ships around here, and we could certainly use more provisions and some warm clothes. If it's something you would be willing to provide, we would gladly barter for it with whatever we can dig up inside this here ship. It's just a respectful offer of fair trade.
She bows slightly before stepping aside. The simple machinery and tools look a little worn but well maintained. A damaged safe. The contents of similar safes are destroyed when hacking is attempted. You should not try to open it just like that, but something from the environment could help. There is nothing here but cheap scrap metal. A working area where fragments of the ship are dismantled in search of scraps of valuable metals or parts. A small selection of valuable finds, carefully sorted and packed.
To the stars.
The apparatus gurgles and emits a strong smell of alcohol, probably not of the industrial variety.
Hello there. Your lordiness.
Too
There
hard
is
for a
nothing here
simple
but cheap
monkey.
scrap metal. Among the wreckage was an instruction manual for the duty officer on how to access the safes. You can obtain the codes to the safes by logging into the ship's cogitators. The cogitators appear to be inoperative.
Is blessed with multifunctionality.
The cogitator is off, but appears intact. You can try to power it from a local source. You successfully logged in with the duty officer credentials and obtained the code to the old safe.
Nice.
Who's that there? Looks Real Noble-like.
Something is propped against the door from the inside. You can hear the piercing sounds of a saw and other tools coming from behind it. Unlocked.
Ooh, Eldari. Really? Fractal blade. Interesting. A chameleon cloak, noise, and some flame grenades.
Well, I'll be. They opened it. Must be nice to be learned. We never would have cracked it. Your lordship, what brings you here? It's been a pleasure to serve your lordship.
So we can't do a trade? I thought we could offer some provisions and such. Okay, well that was interesting. I'm going to need to acquire some coffee in just a moment, because the coffee's kind of run its course down my gullet. You know what I mean? You drink the coffee, and the coffee's gone. And then you have to get more coffee.
The clan
so
servicing the Void Shield
gone.
arrays petitioned the Lord Captain for aid. Compartments were becoming overrun with putrescent fungal corruption. The mycelium claimed one chamber after another. The thick black spores poisoned the rogue traders' servants, causing their eyes to burst and their veins to swell until their skin ruptured. The clan was issued reinforced unirobes and gas masks so they could keep working while the soldiers burned away the infestation.
Let's see, we got, what one was it? Was it these ones? 333. 3 at 21. Reza plasma battery. So these are the same. These just do more damage than these ones.
Gabrielle, do not.
Five melted torpedoes, and these are just 4 short-burning melted torpedoes. Wait, they're both melted torpedoes. I think I'll stick with the other one then. Short range. Mm. 3x3 area, actually. It's quite a lot, so we could actually potentially hit outside of our range that we can hit. These are long range though, so that wouldn't be bad either. Oh, so many choices, so many choices. Oh, we do need to check with our Navy brethren at some point and see if we can get some more ship parts. That would be very good. Very, very, very good, you know. A warp gate. Warp gate. Do we hunt ourselves some Drukhari there and take them as prize? Put them in pit and make them fight in exchange that they do to us, yes?
Enemy void ships. They are marked for death.
Grab coffee after this battle. Wow, 5v1. That's not cool. Okay, so it's just 4.
Lord Captain, the minds of Veerboss 6 are once again in turmoil. At the depths of level MD Zeta/05, the Overseers have discovered a mountain of mutilated bodies, as if crushed by the millstones of the mining machines. All the dead are convicts. The Overseers believe that there is a cult of heretics operating in the ranks of prisoners, offering human sacrifices. The prisoners themselves claim that this atrocity was committed on the order of the superintendent to rid the prison of the more inconvenient inmates. The superintendent tried to reason with the mob but was mauled instead. The Overseers have managed to isolate the rebels inside the mining facilities, but an assault would result in high losses of workforce. On the other hand, the prisoners are ready to lay down their weapons, cease this violence, and repent if the rogue trader would only demonstrate some compassion toward their plight, possibly by reforming some of the more severe punishments.
3% crit chance is good. 3% dodge reduction. Okay, who killed the people that were found in the mines?
Unknown. The riot made the investigation more difficult. Maybe it was the work of the superintendent, or maybe there is, say, a cell of the cult of the Final Dawn operating among the prisoners. But there is an oddity on the few picks that the Overseers have managed to scrounge together. If one were to use their imagination, they could see a certain pattern in the scattered bodies, one that is remotely similar to the one these difficult prisoners had been drawing. I would also like to note that level MD Zeta/05 is part of the same tunnel system as the mysterious tunnel we discovered earlier, not marked on the maps.
Officers, advice?
Shireen, if the governor and a pack of Overseers cannot handle their duties, should they not take the place of their wards? And could there not be worthy administrators among those who oppose them, those who could do better? A mob of commoners has mauled a nobleman who had been attempting to reason with them. How awful. Perhaps the underground madness has spread among them and assumed a new form, turning them into monsters in the process. It would be cruel to kill them if this is the case. It is much more humane to dissect their brains in order to well-meaningly reduce their ferocity and inclination toward disobedience. It had once been done by my house when the serfs had rebelled in their ignorance, a rather merciful step. I do not care about the Overseers, the convicts, or their problems. I care about the dead bodies. Who left them? That is the important question. If the bodies are not destroyed yet, then we can conduct the divination. The ritual is not very appetizing, but a psyker, not on the squeamish side, could learn more about their death. The traces of death are like an open book to a disciple of the web. A skilled spinner can go to the mines and reveal what brought death to the convicts.
Efficiency and complacency. Or Cecilio aid in acknowledging the serf's brains. Allies gain. Okay. All allies gain Lord Xenos to dodge. All allies gain 3 dodge reduction. Lord Xenos to dodge does sound good. What do you guys think? Ooh, just straight up 2 resolve. Wow. Gotta remove their dodge or get dodge. There's more of them than me. And this is just we gain dodge, they remove their dodge. Or what was this one? Resolve. Actually, resolve is really powerful. I'm going to do that.
I will arrange for the investigators from Dargonus to search the convicts' private quarters. The former overseers have been sent to the mines, not all of them surviving even a single day in the company of their former wards. The esteemed convicts who got on Veerboss 6-4 venial misdeeds like family debts have formed a new, more efficient administration. The rules of the mining facilities have been relaxed a bit. The overseers were strictly instructed not to use their electric batons during preventive beatings, only their fists and feet, and the cruel practice of decimation was replaced with humane deprivation of rations as punishment for not fulfilling the quota. The convicts rejoiced. The interrogation also did not yield any information to help identify the one behind the murders that sparked the riot. Level MD Zeta /05 has been sealed.
Bummers. I wonder if we should have gone with the other one. I kind of do. Because now we need to know what exactly happened. But I'm going to grab coffee and then we're going to see what happened if we try to find out who did it. And then we'll decide. I like the benefit from that one best, so we may stick with it. But I kind of like the idea of knowing more about the murder. So for story's sake of learning our education, we'll try the other one when I get back. All right, so before we proceed to the combat that we were doing, escort ship. We absolutely need an escort ship. Now, I really do like this. I love this. But I can't pass on the rep with Navy, because we really need Navy rep. I don't like security dropping that much. I love the escort vessel. They both give escort vessel. I love the 20 scrap. I can't tell you how much I love the 20 scrap. So that will fit more the other playthrough I have in mind. So we'll save that for later. And we'll do this for now. I want to get that escort vessel.
Lord Captain, the mine. I would all. A mob of. I do not. The traces of death are like an open book to a disciple of the web. A skilled spinner can go to the mines and reveal what brought death to the convicts.
Send a spinner of the blood-spun web to examine the bodies.
May the secrets of death be revealed to the servant of the Undying One. The cultist spent days without sleep or sustenance, studying every wound on the mutilated corpses. At last, the Undying One bestowed a revelation on him. The spinner sensed the victim's dying throes and proclaimed that a dark entity had claimed the souls of the convicts. Crippled by his visions, the man lost his mind and kept rambling, spouting gloomy prophecies of the terrible adversary. But his duty was done, and the rebel lion abated as fear of the unknown rallied the inhabitants of the colony.
Wow. Spooky Shadow Man. That's going to be better on our other character. I just wanted to know personally who it was, because I was curious.
Unknown. I do not. The traces of death are like an open book to a disciple of the web. A skilled spinner can go to the mines and reveal what brought death. I will arrange the former. The interrogation also did not yield any information to help identify the one behind the murders that sparked the riot. Level MD Zeta/05 has been sealed.
This blocks the other two. This blocks the other two, and this blocks the other two. So, a guy I heard a little video from said he would suggest Lair in the Void, because the Fellowship of the Void RP, I believe he said. That's 2,500 RP. That's 5,000 RP. So I think we're gonna go with this one. Those don't block out. We need to do that later. Yeah.
We need Extractium.
Plasteel 2. Really? What is with them doing like 2? There's a few of them that have like 7 and 6, and there's so many of them that are...
This mining world has been catalogued as normal. No rare or valuable deposits have been detected.
Lord Capen, we are passing by a construct marked on the star charts as a dimensional gate. Our augers are not showing any suspicious energy readings. The device is dormant, thank the Emperor.
And the gate is?
An ancient Xeno artifact, older than humanity itself. Judging by its design, this is a gate leading somewhere, possibly straight into the wicked abyss of the warp, considering all the nasty shit that used to roam around here. Many captains, her ladyship Theodora included, have tried to reveal its secrets, but it seems that no one could figure out how it works. Good for them, if you ask me.
Why was she interested in it?
Her ladyship didn't exactly share her plans with us, always kept them close to her chest, but I'll go out on a limb and say she was searching for a way to open the gate and see what's on the other side. The Connaissance fleet conducted its own analysis of this Xeno artifact. All records of the expeditions to the site were added to the exploration catalogue.
Nasty exactly how?
I don't want to repeat the rumors and I don't know the truth, but it was bad. There was word of ships and even whole trade convoys disappearing. Captains started avoiding the system, until eventually the Lord Inquisitor came here and made short work of it. Hasn't been much in the way of rumors ever since. Actually, the Inquisition made sure Voidsmen kept their mouths shut. Whatever the gate used to spew out, it must have been profane and a danger to humanity.
Okay.
We live to serve, Lord Capen.
Let's study the construct.
Lord Capen, I would advise against approaching the gate. The Inquisition has declared the entire area around it off limits.
Very well.
Consider it done.
Don't have a choice.
Agility AGI enhances the initiative and dodge chance of characters. It also affects the demolition skill. Base demolition is equal to agility.
Enemy contact! All hands, make ready to unleash our fury!
So we have 5 destroyers versus us. Alright. Oh, sorry. 4 and a cruiser. Why is it not letting me? Hey, welcome in. The Arcane Agent, welcome, welcome. Yes, spaceship battles. And I'm trying to get this to click right now, and it's not letting me. There it goes. Blast them all. Welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. I hope you had a great stream there, Arcane Agent. Yeah, I see you brought me some friends. Thank you, thank you. Were you doing this game as well, I take it? Yeah. Yeah, no, I wish I could. I don't think we have any windshield wiper fluid, though. I think the Geller fields are in the way for window washer fluid. Oh, Wrath of the Righteous. That's another great one. Nice. Nice, Arcane Agent. Nice. let's make you wiggle. Whoop. Aw, boy. Not enough damage. That won't be within range. That won't help us. Let's swing this way. Oh no, it's a great idea. It's just they don't really make it possible, unfortunately, with the technology at hand. However, we do have this ability. We send out a whole bunch of little fighters and they go fight for us.
Allow me to introduce myself.
But how was your Wrath of the Righteous playthrough? Is it going well? And thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Ooh, 75% of the goal. Yeah, Wrath of the Righteous is on my list of things to do if I can get time for it, but kind of went to this one because it's awesome. Which of Owlcat games isn't? Like, I know 3 of their games. Every single one is beautiful. Just beautiful. No, they destroyed one of my ships. Now I have to spawn some more. Gone. Take care, man. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for bringing your peeps. Have a good time. Those of you who are new here, welcome in. I hope you guys had fun with the Arcane Agent and Wrath of the Righteous. This is a different game by that lovely developer, where you are in space of 40k and we are bringing righteous retribution to the enemies of mankind. They stood in our way and now we must remove them. That won't help us. That won't help us. That's the wrong side. All right. But yes, I do a variety of different games. I was doing Blackthorn Arena, and we'll probably be getting back to that at some point. And lately we've been doing this as well, which is fun. In, what is it? 8 days. 8 days we have another item planned on our list that we're looking forward to. Yes, indeed. Bring on the magic. Good stuff. Owlcat Games has made amazing stuff.
Our shield is fighting. Opening master your fears.
Not what I was expecting. Not what I was expecting at all. Ow.
Opportunity to exploit.
No, I don't want to do that. That would bring us right in there. I'm trying to avoid that, honestly. Oh, Did I avoid your little toy? Yes, yes I did. Because I have abilities and I use them. Not quite sharp enough turn. Love the little fighters, they're so great. They're like torpedoes, but you get multiple uses. It's great. Ooh. Galleon Ceremite Void Shield Plating. Galleon Ceremite Plating protects the vessel from harm, negating 7 points of damage on port and starboard, and 3 from fore and aft. Hmm. 109 though. That would have been 120 if we had the other. Oh, I want that ability. I want that ability so much. We weren't able to get an ability due to the alignment requirement for a certain group. That would have been really nice there because it gives you 20% increase in scrap gains, which is be wonderful. I still need mechanisms, wasn't it? Yeah. Need mechanisms.
I need them.
So, let's see, we got that one. We still need to go to Kiavagama. We need to spend points just to get here, which is annoying. We have a pathway here. We could go over here and do that pathway. We don't apparently. Oh, we do have one to there. So we don't need to do that. This one goes to here. No. This one goes to here. This one goes to here.
Demonic ice had materialized and begun to slither across the walls of Crew Quarter 49. The burning walls swelled like bubbles of fetid swamp gas, only in secluded places at first, later appearing in plain sight. Everyone subject to their glare started experiencing headaches and spells of self-flagellation. After one of the officers peeled off a portion of his own skin to fashion a makeshift eyelid for one of the fiendish orbs, the section was quarantined since neither fire nor other munitions could prevent more eyes from sprouting up on the ship. The vessel was cleansed only by escaping from the clutching embrace of the Sea of Souls. The enforcers from different decks of the Von Valencius vessel report a terrifying sight. The skin of some crew members has become translucent, revealing knots of muscle and blood vessels beneath. Worse yet, small spider-like insects were seen scurrying inside of them, snow white and sparkling like ice. The transformed could not see this phenomenon in themselves or anyone else, only occasionally complaining about a prickly feeling in their extremities. Some were branded as mutants and killed. The survivors reverted back after the vessel emerged in real space.
Oh, do we have a better... No, we need a better Auspex. Because we have a mission here if we can get a better Auspex. Oh man, it's costing so much. Please give me yellow routes. Yay, yellow route. More space battles? More space battles! Maybe.
Lord Captain, we have received a report from Dargonus. Some common folk from the Nauru incipient 84 to 249 have succumbed to the heresy of defiance. Forming into gangs known as Engine Vandals, they now ride across the wastes on wasteland-adapted cleaning Goliaths. They have declared themselves outside the law, raiding the hive's outskirts only to escape retribution in the toxic wasteland. Many of them did not want to obey your more than equitable decision to send them to the restoration site of Scipion, and thus they have fled the labor settlements, committing the heresy of disobedience. Rumor has it that the Foreman clan in charge of debris removal in the ruins of Scipion associates with these vandals. We could pass on your words to the renegades via the Foreman, or force them to disclose the locations of the rebels' nomadic camps.
What is this Foreman clan?
This is a union of the workers and the technomats who have been working on the lower levels of Scipion. Small-scale bosses of the watches and the shifts, useful common folk who have proved their worth with diligent labor and valuable knowledge. Of course, they stand much lower than the esteemed merchants, let alone the aristocrats, but the common folk heed their kin, and the foremen have both the authority and the ability to manage them.
I see.
The Scipions keep to themselves, but the foremen have not shown any signs of disloyalty. They were the first to volunteer to return to the ruins of Scipion 84 to 249 and set up the debris removal project. They are certainly useful and are accustomed to praising the Emperor through their labor. Moreover, their grief at the loss of their home and the resilience with which they have accepted it made them to appear like heroes and martyrs in the eyes of other commoners.
How did they survive the wasteland, and why do they decline my rule?
This is a rather uncomfortable way of life, your lordship. They must always be wary of acid rain and hurricanes, moving a decent distance from the hives if they do not plan on raiding at that moment. They get their food from the abandoned outposts, paying for it with the lives of those killed by autonomous security systems. Water and promethium are rationed very strictly. They live by marauding, an occasional hunt, and plundering, sometimes their own kin and sometimes the outskirts of the hives. They are a tribe of degenerates and barbarians that is rapidly developing its own clan culture. The civilized residents of the hive shoot the scum any chance they get.
Advisors, what do let's see, so we can get a wasteland generator. 5 torpedoes. Not really what we need. One movement point. And a power sword. Two-handed. Interesting. Advisors, tell me what to do.
If the engine vandals have managed to tame the ancient machine spirits, then that means there are technomats or even tech priests among their ranks. That renders them negotiable. It would be efficient to utilize such renegades instead of disposing of them. A promise of reward for every piece of technology found in the wastelands of Dargonus and returned back to Dynasty will ensure their obedience and tractability.
That's true. Pascal's smart. That was very smart.
If you wish to exterminate them, Ellen Tatch, do not waste your time on hunting them down. Instead, deceive them into destroying each other. Tempt them with a prize, a weapon, or a trophy that they can fight over. After the Monkey are finished slicing each other up for the right to obtain it, your warriors will finish the deed. This tactic often proves effective against your kind.
Wow.
The aristocrats of Dargonus despise them, but are also secretly afraid of them. Correct. Renegades who can invoke such fear. I wonder, had there been such exiles in my house, would their presence have curbed the ambitions of my brothers and sisters? Would they have supported me in case of conflict? Oh, I am scheming and conspiring right now, am I not?
Yes, you are, Cassia, but I love it.
Bravo, Lady Cassia. Do not be ashamed of the unique abilities bestowed upon you by your heritage. They are your birthright.
I love it.
The web teaches to look for the enemy's vulnerability in what drives them. If the enemy is compelled to seek sustenance by attacking your domain, prepare a trap full of poison gifts. Let them eat and drink to their heart's content. The poison will weaken them, and then you will strike.
Wow. Death Cult Power Blade. Wow. Okay. I do like that. Oh, this will cost us. Ooh, but we'll get a mechanism. Oh, it hurts. It hurts, chat. Ah, we need a mechanism. I really like her method, though. I really, really like that one, but we need the mechanism.
May the lost be found yet again. The former servants and serfs of the Omnisar that are now a part of the Engine Vandals were glad to actively collaborate and redeem themselves in the eyes of the Deus Mechanicus. The common folk did not dare to judge this union, fearing the menacing priests clad in scarlet. Hive raids have become a rare occurrence. The expeditions are returning from the wastelands with relics that had once been lost to the vast plains, which make their way into the dynasty's vault via the Foreman clan.
That is cool. Hey, and now we got our escort vessel. See, and now we can look at these. Where was it? Yeah, we don't have enough for that one. 35,000 or 3,500. That is stellar. That goes down, but we get more provisions. This one costs 2 people, but give us 3 efficiency. We'll take that. Last deal. Security. I still need to figure out which one of those we want to do. I think we want to do this one, yeah. We're going to need another mechanism for that, though. Some more security. This blocked out the others. One of the others. This blocked out one of the others. Yeah, this is one of the ones we need the mechanism for. Look at this. Look at this. Chirurgeon med kits. Beautiful. Like, I like this. Deal more damage to Xenos. Get a profit factor in Xenos tech. Like, that's awesome. But Chirurgeon med kits, and we keep getting them. Like, we just keep getting them. That is just beautiful. So I think we have to do this because I really like the Chirurgeon med kits. And then we need a mechanism for this one, so we need 3 more mechanisms. Blocks good tidings. So yeah, we got to decide if we want good tidings or on fire of the righteous. This is a power sword that is pretty good. And this
If
is
the wielder kills an enemy with Harge, this ability has no cooldown.
We put that on our friend there, Inquisitor, what's his name? Heinrichs. And that would be pretty good. Or we can get allies gain 3 times dogmatic rank crit chance. That sounds, oh wait, this is I did not see it's for all. We have to make sure we look out for that. I keep forgetting to look out for the all option. The all option is huge. Yeah, I'm gonna do this one. Junk. Xenos tech. Yes. We need some more extractiums. I really need mechanisms. That's what I need is mechanisms. And I think I know where to get them bit by bit. It's gonna take almost all my people. Wow. Where is the one that I said we completed? I'm not seeing it. They said we finished it. Ooh, there we go. Archaeotech compass. The model of the star system, Euro 79.
When the servants of the Omnisar assembled the parts of this ancient mechanism, quiet clicks sounded from within and the cogs stirred into motion. The metal plates of the Archaeotech compass parted, releasing a cascade of golden rays. A hololithic projection shines between the rays, a model of the star system Euro 79. One of its worlds is marked with an unknown symbol.
I need to find that one. Promethium 5. Don't need promethium right now. Inbound. Let's do it, chat. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's be awesome.
Double-click on a character's portrait to center the camera on the corresponding character.
And that is text-to-speech mod, which is available for Wrath of the Righteous as well, which allows you to have text be read so you don't have to spend all day reading huge paragraphs of text making your throat go hoarse.
The likes of which I haven't seen in a long time. No bright flashes, no riot of colors.
Two skeletons are lying in strange positions, as if one was either carrying or hugging the other and did not let go even in death. Their gear is badly damaged and decayed. There are three things worthy of note: fragments of some sort of devices that both skeletons carried on their belts, some shiny trinkets in the remains of the carried skeleton's bag, and an old portable cogitator in the other's bag.
Extract data from the cogitator.
The cogitator has been exposed to the elements for decades or even centuries. It is a small miracle that you are able to extract a fragment of a Vox recording, apparently the last communications. Scout 1, we're rich. Chaos take me, rich. Look out, fly, for crying out loud, spit it out. What have you found? Scout 1, rich. Screw foot fall. The expanse can go to the orcs. We're out of here. Calixis, here we come. Look out, yeah, because with our record, Calixis is definitely the place to go. What makes you think life's better there anyway? Scout 1, I want a house on some planet. A mansion, with a lion statue at the entrance. It'll have a servitor with one job, dusting my lion statue. Look out, fly, you idiot. You're still on a dangerous planet. Quit sending me your hollering. Get back here or just tell me what you've found already. Look out, fly. Look out, fly. You coming? Look out, I'm coming for you, dumbass. If you're not responding just to mess with me, you're dead meat.
Oh no.
The trinkets are clearly of Zeno's origin. They are miscellaneous, time-worn items that have no particular value. One can assume that they are petty trophies looted from several corpses. The pieces of broken tech suggest that this was a rudimentary radar jammer, an item commonly utilized by pirates in the Coronus Expanse.
Oh, I can't see what she said now.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Monkey must know no fear or reason at all, for they permit those entwined with the great enemy in their midst.
Would you look at that? A Xenos siding with Imperium doctrine. I've heard it all now.
Yeah.
You can match your
Oh, great.
child of
Feel
Assyrian.
nothing. Fear nothing.
Xenos tech pop out of the ground. Turrets. And mines. Well, that's great. And we all got hurt already. Wonderful. 6. Nope, that's not where I wanted you.
Offering a broken blade has no use.
Great. I mean, that was perfect. I mean, I did not really want her to be alive. Is anyone down? No, just almost down. Wow.
I will leave footprints of scarlet. As honor ordains. Though I gave thee my blood and my pain, thou hast ordained that I shall live. The shadows will see it done. As honor ordains. Let not the righteous fear. May their blades be sharp.
Hey, look, she's healed.
Let your soul be purged. Caught by the web. Is a blessing.
Wow.
I fear nothing.
This is why we need those church and med kits.
As the Emperor commands. I'll do it. As the Emperor comes to you, Emperor. A trivial task.
Shush. Just get in
This
cover.
tedium is beneath me.
No, it's really not.
I am
Because
not
you're
your
injured pretty
Xenos
bad.
pet. No weakness is hidden from my sight. If it serves your cause.
Everything serves my cause. I'm a rogue trader. You're all beneath me. Oh, she can blast them. I didn't realize she could blast inanimate objects like that.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. Isn't this a job for the
serfs? That's a lot of damage, comparatively.
That is foolishness. If I may.
Get me a target. What a shame.
Nope.
Don't frighten me.
Not sanctioned to do this. Let's see to it. I won't do that.
Yeah, that was terrible, dude. You literally blew cover for everyone and messed stuff up.
Everyone, step aside.
Where is he? I did put you over there. That was bad choice. I should have put you over on the other side. I don't know.
On it. Will do. Anything else?
Of course she missed when we need her to hit, right?
But of course.
No damage. Not what I was trying to go for. Can't get there. Great.
Nothing I can't do. Suits my purposes.
No, it's out of range.
Already
We'll
done.
make that one burn. Why? Okay.
Indeed.
No, it's not. That, I was like, why is that one taking an extra? It doesn't. I'm just looking at the wrong thing.
Someone else can do this. A tactically sound approach. I will do my duty. An exemplary strike.
Indeed.
At your beck and call. Grey hair, sure hand. It will be done.
Watch my back.
Alright, pop that on. I'm gonna do that. Let's assign objective.
I can do that with the right incentive.
Yeah, I hope you have the right incentive.
Tell
We're
me, and it is done.
being hammered pretty hard.
Not a problem for me. There's nowhere to hide.
That's gonna take one. So we'll do this one. And then we will do this one.
Another clean strike.
Beautiful. Pascal.
The Omniscient knows all, comprehends all.
Those are your prey. Let's have you get in cover, because you're better at hitting. Too far for the others. Good damage, good damage. Claim bounty. It's gonna be, it's not gonna quite take it out. That'll take it out.
Running binary, I venerate you, machine spirits.
Claim your bounty.
Successfully terminated.
Beautiful. Bounty claimed.
The Omniscient
Claim it in the name of the Emperor.
comprehends all. My vow is to serve.
My exile has not ended yet.
I bring mercy and retribution.
I forgot about that one, and you just stepped on it. And she can't get to any of them. Alright, well, block. Hopefully they'll target you.
There is only death. Yours or mine.
Yeah?
I'll do it.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
If
I'll
you
do it.
insist.
My heart sings with the thrill of battle.
Oh, boy, she killed that one.
I will not. Stop trying,
What?
monkey.
I do not have sight on that one. That's annoying.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
Yes, you are. You are absolutely my monkey pet.
If I must, ancestors guide me. I understand your intent. That is beneath me. If it serves your cause, fortune favors the swift. I am not your Xenos pet. I'll deal death with my hands.
I have read tomes of military tactics. job for the serfs? I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Naturally. Nothing stands against me. I won't object to it. For the throne's glory. I won't object to it.
Cover me!
Idira, please! Please, Idira!
Anyone see that? On it.
No, we're too focused on the fact that you didn't do as well as you should have.
A job for me. My pleasure. One and it's done.
I was wondering why they didn't have Cabela do it. But then I saw that it said Lord Xenos. That would be why.
My
Intact
pleasure.
components are scattered amidst the turret wreckage. Perhaps they could be useful.
Cool.
A job
Intact
for me.
components are scattered amidst the turret wreckage. Perhaps they could be useful. Intact components are scattered amidst the turret wreckage. Perhaps they could be useful.
Wow.
Unlocked.
God grants me insight.
One
Intact
and
components
it's done.
are scattered amidst the turret wreckage. Perhaps they could be useful.
Nice! Succeed, please.
A
The
job
bone
for
structure indicates that these belong to an Isledry, not a human. The bone structure indicates that these belong to an Isledry, not a human.
I would love to play a tabletop version of this. I don't know what about you,
Intact
chat,
components are scattered amidst the turret
but I
wreckage.
think this would
Perhaps
be
they could be useful.
fun.
Intact components are scattered amidst the turret wreckage. Perhaps they could
Trap.
be useful.
or treasure.
Victory awaits.
The skeleton in Decay Tech Priest robes is missing its right leg. Judging by what remains of the bones, the leg was hacked off. It seems the person was still alive when it happened, and they reached this spot by crawling rather than walking.
Ooh.
The motionless servo skull shows no sign of damage. Looks like it hovered next to its dead master until its battery ran down.
Wow.
I won't tolerate weakness.
This unsettling structure adorned in strange masks vaguely resembles the antenna of a powerful transmitter. At its base you see a cogitator and a few other devices. It seems that some part of the structure is buried underground.
Investigate the structure.
You identify a number of elements of the structure: the long-range antenna of a design standard for Imperial colonies, the cogitator, the Isledry beacon, and half a dozen other devices of varied origin. They all have one thing in common: this tech is designed to transmit basic signals to neighboring space, the most common being requests for assistance and ship distress codes.
So, someone loaded this miserable place with transmitters from various races, in the hope that someone would land here and run into their welcoming committee. Clever. I saw similar tactics used in my years in the Navy. True, in a war zone, you are usually on high alert. You don't just hair off after a lone distress signal. But in an isolated place like this, you expect the most likely scenario, just a ship that had to make an emergency landing. It looks like plenty fell for it.
Noticing the interest with which Pasquale is surveying the construct, Heinrichs asks,
"Are you studying the device? Isn't its very existence a violation of the protocols of assembly?"
The tech priest's tone is pensive, and his visor flashes.
"This statement is true. This construct has been assembled in contravention of canon law and must certainly be disassembled, but not quite yet."
But who would set such an indiscriminate trap? One intended to lure in Aldrai and humans and anyone else, who is an enemy to everyone and everything. We have a common enemy, an eternal enemy, one that devours all living things. Have we not already seen its servants on the Lilithan and elsewhere?
I've seen it all in my life, and I can tell you one thing. This trap could be a malevolent plan by servants of chaos, or it could be a prank by some bored offspring of a wealthy lord, one whose parents failed to instill in him the barest speck of self-awareness.
Right now, I don't think we have enough information to determine who that is.
Abelard nods.
"Right. Enough talking."
Gain access to the cogitator.
You manage to penetrate the cogitator's defenses. Its function is rather simple. The program is designed to activate the transmitter once every 5 years and send out a ship distress signal into space.
Turn it off permanently. Or we can blow it up. Let's blow it up.
You set the charges carefully. Without a doubt, the structure will be destroyed with expert precision along with the underground part.
We should sniff around here some more, Lord Captain. There should be a bunker, a control room, or something else that was used by whoever set the trap.
The explosion exposes the channel of a cable leading away from the transmitter. This is probably not the only element of the trap.
Pay attention.
Yeah. Now it lets us do it, because we checked the other thing.
Just as he ordained.
We're gonna crack some head. We're gonna find some
I'm
loot.
thinking about? I'm thinking about being in my nice heated cabin with a glass of something warm and somebody warm pressed up against me.
Wow.
Hey, quit that giggling. What are we heading into here, huh? Certain
Follow
death?
my
Or was it meant to be a surprise?
Just as I was told.
So hilarious. Wait, Jai? Did you just say something?
You recognize the horrific dead creature as a Medusi, a monster from the depths of the Woodway, the favorite pet of the Druckery.
Of course.
Follow my lead.
Anatomy tone. The wielder gains a +6 additional damage for single attacks against human enemies. It also grants a +5 bonus to Medici.
Not bad.
You recognize the horrific dead creature as a Medusi, a monster from the depths of the Woodway, the favorite pet of the Druckery.
I was hoping for a little more. Not gonna lie. But now we need to leave and get back to our ship. Oh wait, we can't even get up that way. We have to go up the other way.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
See, there's no going down there more. So now it's
I'll
just
lay
back up this
claim
way.
to the stars.
Lord
Back to
Captain.
the ship. We're done here. Gotta love how their ships are literally just buildings that fly. Wait, what? I thought we dealt with it. Why is it still saying it's there if we dealt with it? Did we miss something, chat? I was pretty sure we cleared it.
The higher a character's weapon skill, WS, is compared to their opponents, the easier it is for them to parry that opponent's attacks. Two skeletons.
A new challenge for me?
Experience. Nothing matters more.
Yeah, I thought we got it all, but then it's still showing like we didn't complete it. Yeah, no, we completed it. I don't know, chat. I don't know. They made it look like we didn't finish it. I'm pretty sure we finished it. I don't see anything else we can do here.
An expected result.
Alright, let's see. Back to our ship. Because I don't know what else we can do. Odd that they acted like we still didn't complete it.
Greetings, Lord Captain.
You still have a distress signal. No, I don't. I finished it. You still have a distress signal. Would you leave me alone with your lies? I have other systems.
During the period designated as the night shift, the air throughout the ship suddenly turned stale. Those who were awake reported feeling incredibly tired. Those who were asleep later reported having horrible nightmares. Sister Argenta, one of the Lord Captain's personal retinue, was found in her cabin, pale, crying, and caught up in a waking dream. She didn't seem to notice anyone around her. Instead, she clutched a fragment of a burnt aquila in her hand and kept calling for her mother. It took an hour to bring her round.
Wow. Wow. We need to have a talk with that lady. That means there's some story there. Let me guess. Drakari? Maybe. Maybe not. Plasteel of 2. Not worth it. Oh, Imperial Void Ship. Never mind. Ooh.
Well, hello, Grantis. The last time I was here, 3 of the planet's barons put a price on my head.
An unknown ship hails you as soon as you are in its detection range. The ship, the Scarlet Pursuer helmed by Captain Demir Shani, has Footfall listed as its home port. The message hints transparently at a connection with the Kazbalika mission. The Voxmaster adds that the captain has a proposal for you.
Very well.
The ship lets you know they will readily reward you for any information about burning worlds in the Coronus Expanse.
Why are you looking for burning worlds?
The reply is as courteous as it is vague. The captain cites a scholarly curiosity in this understudied type of world. Upon hearing the message, Magus Pasquale expresses a keen interest in burning worlds and asks the Lord Captain to take the issue into consideration. J. Haydari immediately declares that Captain Shani would never dash about the void out of scholarly curiosity, but only for a suitably high return. In that case, perhaps the Lord Captain, too, might want to look into these burning worlds. Seneschal Basirian makes no comment regarding the Kazbalika message, but is amazed that, for once, the esteemed Magus and Mistress Haydari are in passionate agreement on something.
I have none currently, but we will see to it that you receive information in sales in the future.
You receive the Scarlet Pursuer's projected itinerary, information on systems in which you can find it later. The captain looks forward to meeting you again, and acquiring information on burning worlds, should you possess it.
Yeah, no new items yet. We need to... Oh no, I just remembered something.
Undetermined. Achilles Scalander has directed his spy network to discover the Xenos' future plans and hunt down the leaders who were detected on Veerbos 6. Before any new information is found, attacks on the colonies and trading vessels must be stopped to avoid any further damage to the Von Valencius Protectorate. Silence of Masegrit.
Silence of Masegrit. I forgot we need to do that. Whoops. Where is that? There, so our best route.
During the warp journey, the Augurs discovered a strange object that had been following the rogue trader's void ship for several hours. Judging by the distorted telemetry, it was a strangely shaped... I bring woeful news, Lord Captain. Prelate Hectarchius of the Order of the Hammer has passed away. Immediately after the launch of the orbital Vox Spire, he entered the halls of recording and, having sat on the command throne, was granted a vision. For over 3 days, Prelate Hectarchius preached about Saint Cognatius being reincarnated in a body made from the saint's own holy relics. This spiritual feat depleted Prelate Hectarchius's strength, and he peacefully departed for the Emperor's throne shortly after the sermon's conclusion. The Order's elders believe this to be a sign that Saint Cognatius's relics, currently stored on planets throughout the Expanse, must be brought together. The Order is preparing for the election of a new prelate, under whose guidance it will undertake this holy mission. The majority of the votes are divided between Prioress Lugnalia, well known for her fervor, and the merciful Celara Tichon. The minority of the Order sees the Oikonomos Nigmas, a humble and reasonable man, as their prelate.
Okay. Oh wow, just started each battle rogue trader party gains 10 momentum. Does it strike you as odd?
I'm afraid it does not. The esteemed Hectarchius began his service as a battle missionary, and has long grown weary of the peaceful life befitting a man of his status. He yearned for a worthy spiritual feat, and, when presented with the chance to serve as the voice of a saint, he gave what little strength remained. When he died, he was exhausted, but content.
How does the Order intend to carry out the Saint Cognatius mission?
The Conclave aims to procure all the relics that once belonged to Saint Cognatius, all that can possibly be procured. Given that the saint is a legendary figure, many items in the Coronus Expanse have an alleged connection to him. However, it seems unlikely that any of the relics' owners will be eager to part with them. The answer to the question of how the Order of the Hammer is going to retrieve them depends on the identity of its next prelate.
Hammer. I wish to know more about the candidates.
Prioress Lugnalia was converted by Hectarchius on one of the heathen worlds. She then served as his bodyguard for many years and eventually became the protector of the Order's reliquary and the leader of its military branch. As for Brother Tichon, he is an aristocrat by birth. He had an excellent education and could have lived in luxury had he not renounced secular life for the sake of ascetic vows. He is intelligent, thoughtful, well-read, and, most importantly, genuinely merciful. Few things can be said about the Oikonomos Nigmas. He has never been famous for his prowess in battle or his sermons, but the monastery has never wanted for anything on his watch. He is a most reasonable and unobtrusive individual.
Companions, what do you have to say?
I have sympathy for Prioress Lugnalia. Let her meet with Reverend Hieronymus on footfall. Should he accept her as a worthy leader, we ought to support her. A careful and sensible Oikonomus sounds like a safer bet to me than a fanatic or a clever aristocrat. The voices say that he has a few paltry secrets, and knowledge of those secrets guarantees us his loyalty. Brother Tichon. He and I have met, back when he was called Tichon Drive Stem. He wasn't a monk back then. He was a grandson and heir to Urband, governor of Dargonus, an honorable young man with a spark in his eyes. His ascension would mean much to the Drive Stems.
Wow, 5,000. Oh wow, so it's the same thing. It's just now more powerful because we also get security, profit factor up, and still get the influential servant. Interesting. This one gives us Drusian rep, which isn't bad. But what will the drive stems actually thank us for their connective or not? Kind of like the influential though too.
Influential servant.
10 momentum is helpful.
At the start of each battle, the Rogue Traders party gains plus 10 momentum.
Chat, you have a suggestion? I am open to your suggestions if you have any. Currently kind of doing a dogmatic and somewhat iconoclast. So major dogmatic, minor iconoclast kind of individual. So dogmatic up to the point of just killing people for no reason. So not full dogmatic. But welcome in. And how are you doing, Blue Smoke? And of course, now I have a phone call. Who is this, and what do you want at this time? Spam, 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 spam. Tastes better when it's in a can than when it's on your phone. What is this one called? High Praetor? But yeah, if you have any suggestions, I'm open to it. I kind of like the lady because of the Drusian, but I'm not sure we necessarily need more just purging going on. That was my only concern for it. What was it called? What was his name? There we go. Trying to see if there's any quick tips I can find on it. Great. They give like no information on there. It's event 2. What is it? I'm not finding any real good info on it. All right, whatever. I like the idea of having the momentum, but I'm wondering if we should get the Drusian favor. What do you guys think? 5, 6, or 7? Go with the Drusians and their militant. Go with the drive stem, who are subjects, and see if we get their approval, or go with someone who's that. Momentum favor is only shortcut. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. This, because 10 momentum is nice. I don't know what drive stem would give us. We'll do this.
The voices will tell me where to look. Brother Nigmas has been chosen as the prelate of the Order of the Hammer. His careful policy is far more oriented towards satisfying the rogue trader than successfully collecting Saint Cognatius's relics. Edira's investigation uncovered no egregious crimes in Nigmas's past, but it did reveal a few minor but less than virtuous faults. The new prelate will agree to anything to keep his secrets hidden.
I want this because explorators and the efficiency and complacency. Five evasion though is nice.
Troubling news arrived from Janus, your lordship. While digging
Of
an
course,
irrigation ditch,
more
the workers
troubles.
found a Xeno obelisk made of unknown material. It was delivered to a laboratorium and subjected to a number of tests, one of which caused a reaction. The obelisk generated a low-frequency vibration, and the events that followed were catastrophic. A series of anomalies were recorded in the Epsilon 2 Majoris region. It is almost like Janus itself is fighting us there. Many logistical chains have been disrupted. The only people who visit the uncontrolled territory are the wretches fleeing deeper into the region in greater and greater numbers. The observers report strange fires in the sky at night, completely imperceptible to the augurs. The Chemistra princes are hastily summoning militias and getting ready to start a purifying crusade. They await your lordship's blessing.
Alright, methodical. Janus Warlord. Rogue Trader, 10 Fellowship, 5 Weapon Skill, 5 Ballistic. Now, if we're doing the playthrough I want to do later with co-op, we'd absolutely go with that. Oh, wow. Aldari Sonic Torpedoes. Blessing of the Warp Spider. 2 movement points. Interesting. That could be really fun. What exactly is happening there?
The vegetation demonstrated a remarkable ability for wild growth. It took the plants only 2 days to overrun the agri-complexes in the region. Extinct species of local megafauna have been spotted in the newly formed jungle, aggressive and acting in unnatural cohesion.
How are the witches involved?
We do not know. It is as if they all received a signal telling them to abandon their work and rush deep into the afflicted territory. Thanks to your decree protecting the wretched populace, nobody attempted to detain them. As a result, almost 1,000 new specimens have infested the region.
Okay. Wait, this is just him permission? I thought, where am I asking my people? My advisors. Is it?
The nature of Janus is rising up. It is a lucky coincidence that Janus harbors specialists who are not only experts on controlling life, but on destroying it as well. Even though reports from the Magus Biologis Capella make no mention of storing weapons of mass destruction, I have no doubt that they do possess some. They always do. I see no reason not to let them use them against this, whatever it is. Deployment of fortified research stations in the affected sectors is recommended. The benefit of gathering more information justifies the increased casualty rate among personnel. The sickly creatures know more about this pestilent growth than we do, something we must amend quickly. We should catch some mutants and force them to cooperate. That way we can learn what it is we are dealing with.
Okay, so it's the same thing. Purge, 10 fellowship, 5 weapon, 5 ballistic. That's not bad. We still just get that. And Blessing of the Warp Spider. What do you guys think? Item, or buff? 2 movement. Kill or crit. I really don't care about this one. The torpedoes. I think our torpedoes are probably better. Get 5. This, on the other hand.
Janus Warlord. The rogue trader gains +10 fellowship, +5 weapon skill, and +5 ballistic skill.
The other playthrough were absolutely doing that. But
whenever the wearer kills an enemy or scores a critical hit, they gain +2 movement points on their next turn.
That sounds pretty powerful on Cabela, because Cabela is doing a lot of blade work, and so she's doing a lot of crits and killing. However, that would also work really well on our character, because we don't have the same mobility she does. Ooh. Yeah, permanence. I don't disagree with you, Blue Smoke. Permanence is... Let's do this, and we'll do this one on the next playthrough. Isolate and research.
I am sending specialists to Janus capable of forcing compliance. The afflicted region has been isolated. Soon after quarantine, one of the escaped wretches emerged from the jungle and handed the wardens who met him a parcel with some kind of a Xeno artifact and a message: accept the gifts and leave the world in peace. The wretch was thoroughly interrogated, and so were dozens of other captive mutants. What little they were able to tell was of no significant value. Most of it was nonsensical peasant superstition, although all the wretches as one claimed that if the afflicted region was left alone, it would not expand. This assertion was soon confirmed, and the neighboring agricomplexes soon resumed normal operation.
Ah, yeah, we get our kits now. Oh, so glad we got those med kits. We need to finish that, and this locks out the others. Efficiency down, I'm not thrilled about. Don't really need more chems right now. Don't need this though either, because we don't have a dogmatic psyker. It's a Drusian rep though. Gotta think about it. Efficiency increase is good. This locks out that one though. Profit factor, and this one gives us profit factor 2, so 1 less, but it gives us weapons. 4 people, 3 xenotech. Diligence, though, is going to be worth doing, I think. Nice. I mean, those aren't bad. I want this. Just need the mechanisms. We can't do this without mechanisms, which doesn't matter. So, I guess it's kind of where we're at. All right. This is going to be our last one. Hopefully it doesn't take long because I got to get going for some other stuff. But yeah, we've done this. Destroy the void ship and then we got to go.
They will
The attacks
fall
always have a
before you,
100%
one
hit
by
chance,
one.
but they can be dodged or parried.
Love, we got our support craft. 5. 2 over there, 2 here. Oh, there's the third one. Please give me it on the right side. The front. Drukari scum. I don't want to be in my own blast radius. Ready? Fire! Hey Fang, how you doing? Fire a broadside! Guess what? I don't want to go into the bad area. Whoop! Ah. We miss it. Ouch! You're dead. Break off and kill those two. Okay, or not. Last Hatred Frigate. Bring it on. Frigate. Frigate. They're way over there. Are they running? No, they're coming towards us. Zip. Not enough space for that. No, they're out of range. If I'd go forward, are they in range? No, they're still out of range. What about if I do this? No, that doesn't increase my range. All right. Glad you're doing better, cool thing. Shadowfield's gone. It's gonna be easy to shoot. Lost 4 health so far. Nope, and we just lost a whole lot more. Give him a broadside. Ooh, that hurt. Nice. Rank up. We hit 6. Ah, yeah, boy. Level 6 ship.
A message from Master Scalander, Lord Captain. This time he is not reporting yet another attack at the alleged location of one of the Xenos leaders. Achilles' aides have reported that said leader will be heading an attack on the Paradise world Grantis. There is one catch. The planet belongs to Caligo's Winterscale, another rogue trader. Master Scalander noted in his message that responding to a distress call is unlikely to be considered an incursion into somebody else's territory. The governor of Grantis will most likely send out a call for aid the moment the raid begins, and if your void ship happens to be nearby, no one will question your reasons for landing.
Sounds about right. Oh, provides scrap. Nice. I don't mind free scrap. Where'd they put that? Ooh, what? Swap that one in for a bit. Where is the scrap loot? Maybe it just automatically did it? I don't know. Cool. Well, we leveled up. That's cool. And with that, I gotta call it here because I got some stuff I gotta take care of for family. But I am excited to level this up tomorrow or Wednesday. Probably might do the other one tomorrow and then do this Wednesday. But I am looking forward to it. It's been a blast. It's been great. And we'll continue this fun. I appreciate each and every one of you who is here. If you did enjoy, be sure to follow and turn on notifications. And be sure to join the Discord if you want to know when we're live and having some more fun with this. Appreciate each and every one of you. Until next time, as always, enjoy the story. We'll see you guys next time.